If we can have your attention, please, we're about to begin.
This to happen. I understand. You can't do it like that. It doesn't work that way.
And stragglers outside,
No, you did.
come on down.
In the middle of having a meeting.
You're the next contestant or whatever.
Man, it's a regular meeting we have. It's okay.
All right, I've already sent one set of staff outside to try and grab any stragglers. If I can ask if one of the, oh, okay. Oh, sorry, broke it. If I can ask any of the other, some other staff of either SFRPC or TCRPC to go outside and make sure that everybody else that's waiting outside is on their way in. I'm Senator Steve Geller, currently serving as a Broward County Commissioner and Chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council, the SFRPC. On behalf of the SFRPC, I'd like to welcome everybody here today to this important conference on solid waste management. Kathy Townsend, the chair of the Treasure Coast RPC, the TCRPC, will be giving welcoming announcements on behalf of the TCRPC as soon as I'm done. Thank you, sir. This conference is important for several reasons. First is the importance of the topic itself. This matter is important to all 7 counties in both RPCs. The amount of trash that we're generating increases each year, while places to store our leftover waste decreases. What will we do when our landfills fill up? What about the methane generated by landfills? Are there new technologies that we can use? Is burning effective and ecologically sound? Are we going to be able to recycle more? And how are we going to pay for all of this? Today's session will include both presentations and a robust interactive discussion at the end of today. Most people put their garbage by the curb and don't really think about what happens to it. Some do the same with recycling. Although they don't need to know where it goes, what it costs, or worry about what happens afterwards, we, the policymakers, do need to understand and worry, which is the second reason that this conference is so important. The last registration list that I saw, which I'm sure has added people since then, had over 130 people registered for this conference from all 7 counties represented by the RPCs. This includes elected officials from both municipal and county levels, staff from both levels, and many expert speakers. This is an important example of regionalism. The last reason that this conference is so important is it shows the future of the RPCs. For those of us who have been around for decades, we remember when the regional planning councils had important land use authority on regional projects. The legislature took that power away from the RPCs, and many RPCs haven't really known what to do to justify their existence any longer. I've raised this issue many times before at the SFRPC. I believe that this joint RPC conference demonstrates what the RPCs need to do and what their future is. It's contained in our names. We need to do regional planning. We're really the only organizations that can. The SFRPC is completing this month a comprehensive economic development strategy report, the SEDS, for Monroe, Dade, and Broward. We've had a meeting with the mayors and other elected officials in the counties to discuss and try and coordinate strategy on affordable housing. We're in the middle of the South Florida Military Installation Resilience Review. We're co-hosting this conference today along with the Treasure Coast RPC. And we will have one in the SFRPC in the next few months, focusing on first and last miles in transit. The SFRPC and the TCRPC are doing regional planning. Again, we're doing it both by ourselves and in partnership with our neighbor to the north, the TCRPC. I'd like to thank Isabel Cosio, the Executive Director of the SFRPC, and Tom Lanahan, the Executive Director of the TCRPC, and the staff of both RPCs. I'd like to thank Monica Sapero and Don Donaldson, respectively the county administrators of Broward and Martin counties, and Jimmy Morales, the COO of Miami-Dade County. Again, the fact that all three of them are here shows how important this is, and I'd like to thank the staff of both RPCs. And at this point in time, I would like to introduce the chair of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, Kathy Townsend, to make welcoming remarks on behalf of the TCRPC.
Thank you, Senator Gettler. I just want to welcome everybody. I'm not going to repeat what he has just said. We're all in the room together this morning. I want to say thank you to my Treasure Coast board members. If you would please stand, and if Tom, you want to recognize them in case I miss any of them, I want you to be recognized. We did travel, and thank you for being here. We have Indian River, Commissioner Adams, Martin County, Doug Smith. We have St. Lucie, Carabella, Sean Mitchell, the board of the BOCC, and we have David from the city.
Joe Irwin.
And Joe from Indian River. We have
Greg Weiss from
Greg Weiss from Palm Beach. And we have Jeff and John.
Yvette Drucker, Boca Raton.
Yeah, and so we have the city of Boca Raton here. She actually led me to the room. We have Doug.
Bernick.
And then we have Mayor.
Debbie Searcy,
Yes. So thank you all for traveling up here, and I'm looking forward to the day. I am aware and cognitive of the storm that's supposed to be here this afternoon, so my will be to try to expedite this to get you out maybe a little bit earlier today. And again, it's important that the South and the North come together because we are an extension of the traveling and the transportation and the regional councils to take us from here to the Keys. And so I want to thank everybody that came up. I also know Michelle was here from the Keys as well too. So it's always a pleasure to see everybody in a room together. And I look forward to where this conversation is going to take us because it is very, very important topics that we are talking about today. So thank you all for being here.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. I'm Isabel Cosio-Carbaya with the Regional Planning Council, and I want to recognize, along with our chair, all our SFRPC members in the room, because we're not going to be outdone. So, so if our members would stand up, please, I'd like to recognize y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So we have Councilmember Coldarn, Monroe County, Mayor Ziotti, Broward County, Councilmember Kaplan, Commissioner Furr, council member, and of course Senator Garcia, Commissioner of Miami-Dade County. So welcome again, and thank you all for being here. I also want to take an opportunity. It's been a little bit rushed, so forgive me if I miss anything, but I just want to make sure everybody knows and appreciates our solid waste management directors and their great staff, because this conference would not be possible without them. The support we've gotten from them when they have so many things to do is just really amazing. And so thank you, and I have chocolate for all of you. I'm not going to tell you where because someone will take it, but I have it. So, and I want to thank all our speakers as well. They've all met with us and been great, and we're looking forward to a fabulous day. And with that, I'd like to invite my colleague, Tom Lanahan, up for him to say a few words, and we'll get started. And I promise we'll be brief.
Sure. Thank you, Isabel. You know, when months ago, you know, we try to meet twice a year as a joint councils, and months ago, the topic for today being solid waste was proposed, and I was kind of like, I don't know if anybody's going to come to talk about trash. But here we go, right? Here we are. We have a huge crowd here. This is a big, big issue. This is a regional scale issue. You know, we can no longer continue to export our waste products to other parts of the state or other parts of our region. We have to find solutions going forward for that stuff. And I've learned a lot so far just in putting this thing together, and I think we're all going to learn a lot today and find some opportunities where we can work together for a better future for both of our regions. So thank you all for coming. Welcome here to Boca Raton. Council member, thank you for being here today, and thank you FAU for hosting us in this great facility here, and on with the show.
All right, very well, thank you. I think we could do it if we give you on the first page.
What's that? Oh,
It's on the wrong page. There we go, slide. I am, my technology.
good suggestion.
You got it. there we go.
There's your first page, okay.
All right, that's great. Well, thank y'all. So Tom and I, we're going to give you just a very, hello, how are you? We're going to give a very brief overview of some data we received, and just to really frame the picture very quickly, because again, this room is full of experts who are going to be giving you great up-to-date information. We'll do a better job than I will on this. But I just wanted to show you this, and I will be updating this PowerPoint with some additional information. But I want you to know that there is you'll see there it says Solid Waste Facility Inventory Report. That's from DEP's website, and that was a primary source of information that we went to get some data about active facilities in Southeast Florida. You'll notice, and I want to thank Palm Beach County in particular for pointing me the way to that data source. As you can see, there's all sorts of different facilities here, and they are not all on this map because, of course, that's not possible. So the class codes that we did use for this map, and I'll thank Emerald Coast Regional Planning Council for their GIS support. So we have Class 1 landfills, and you have a copy of this map.
Right, there's 11 by 17s at each of the tables. We put a few at each table because I didn't want to do 160 copies and create a lot of trash. But if anybody needs a map, just put your hand up, and we have a bunch of extra copies that we can get out to you. And if you flip it over, it actually has the number tags that are tagged to the map. So you
perfect,
can,
great.
yeah, so you check that out.
Good job. So yes, there you have it. So we have here Class 1 landfills, Class 3 landfills. We also show yard trash disposal facilities. We show construction, C&D, demolition debris disposal facilities, material recovery, that's also C&D. And we have waste tire collection centers. We have waste to energy facilities, and we also have energy recovery. So that's what's on your map, and of course, if you were to go to this database, and you see right here in that last column, it has the number of facilities throughout the region, and it turns out that Okeechobee is important to our solid waste management puzzle because a lot of trash goes there from us.
Outside of both of our regions.
Yes, those are our tourists. There you go. So there you go. That's where we're dealing with here. It's a lot. And again, we're grateful to have professionals that know how to handle these things and our elected officials. But you can see it's a huge problem, and it's just getting worse and worse every day with a largely disposable society where you use things, throw it away, and you forget where it went. Okay, so this is a Florida chart, but I want you to notice the repurposed landfill, which is now a park in Broward County in the background. So this is just a quick view. What is the solid waste that we have, and where does it come from generally? And you'll see that residential single family, this is 2020 data from DEP. Residential single family is about 31%. Multifamily residential is 13%. And I did not realize that a whole 56% is from commercial. And you can see the total tons collected, that's Florida, but we have that number for South Florida. So just, again, this is the Florida picture. There is data county by county on the DEP website. We will provide you that link in case you want to go and dive deeper, and I'll just talk about that in a second. But this just gives you, again, a snapshot of what is our debris. So C&D is the largest, and then you see yard waste is a significant component, and papers and all that sort of thing. So our professionals will talk about that in the recycling sections.
And the other thing I wanted to mention, I should have done at the beginning, we are video recording the entire event today, and it will be posted out on our websites after if you want to direct people to that or touch base back with something, and we'll also have all the presentations out there.
Okay.
So you don't have to
Don't worry,
scurry to try and copy down the slides or take pictures of them. We will have it available.
And we're
for
going to
you.
update these slides to provide some additional information for you as well. Oh, thank you, Tom.
Sure.
So now you're going to hear some numbers, and you're going to hear about our landfills, and you're going to hear about capacity and how long it's going to last. And I'm just going to remind you right now that all those capacity and how long it's going to last, we'll have capacity, depends on us not having another major hurricane, which we will at some point, because all that debris goes into landfills. So this is just a little picture from Monroe County that you can see what we're talking about. That's sort of a tipping point on the capacity side.
And this is what's happening in Southwest Florida right now. All sorts of trash coming.
That's right. And so we created this little brief profile with the help of our solid waste directors. We got an extra hand from Dan Pelowitz's office in Palm Beach and created a survey. It was sent to all our directors, and there was a lot more information that is on this paper. But these are just highlights so that you can see how different and the same these efforts are. So you can see here on entity type, you have a bunch that are county-owned, but you also have special districts. Some are enterprise funds, some may be, and they didn't report it. That was another thing, but there's a lot of information there. You can see all the people that are served in the region. The total tonnage, I just did a quick total waste and recycling tonnage, and it comes out to 9.4 million tons. Now, this is October 2022 data, so a lot of trash. You will see that the source of waste is interesting because trash actually travels more than I do. So there's trash from Monroe County, all comes north into South Florida, to Miami-Dade and Broward. And in fact, Monroe reports that their waste goes to Dade, Broward, and the Glades. You know, and in Miami-Dade, some of their
Goes to Okeechobee.
actually, I think
Their table said that.
yeah.
Yeah, some of Miami-Dade
that's
goes to
right.
Okeechobee,
So
and Martin
Okeechobee.
County trash goes to Okeechobee.
Some of Palm Beach goes to Sarasota County,
Yeah.
and some trash just stays where it was created.
Yeah, one of these things that we learned, I didn't know that, right?
I didn't either.
Mobile trash.
Mobile trash. The next thing, so recycling is a very big picture, part of the picture that we're talking about today, and we'll have a real focused discussion, and we're lucky to have, again, experts on that. Again, this is from the survey from the county directors. In a minute, I'm going to show you some data from the state of Florida. But you can see the recycling rate varies quite a bit, going from a low of 39 to a high of 78%, depending where you are. But you have to notice also that just because it's recycled doesn't mean that you can actually use it. There's a high level of contamination in recyclable materials, which trashes the trash, if you will. So that's what it does. A key conversation that we'll be having in recycling is your collection system. If you have a single source stream, all the trash goes in a big thing, all the recyclables go in one big bucket, where dual systems will help you separate by smaller containers the trash that helps reduce contamination. No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. I just wanted to just point out our waste energy facilities. We have 4. We have really actually not so many landfills. I would have thought we had more, but we have 7, and those are the class 1s. Now here's where,
Do you advance?
yes, go
Okay.
please advance. So now this is interesting. Take a look. So this is the capacity remaining in the landfills. October, well, I said 20, I got that wrong, I guess, or maybe it was 2021. Anyway, the bottom line is, if you look, you see the capacity in the landfills, and right below that, you see the projected depletion year. So in Miami-Dade, which has 2 landfills, one is expected to be in 2026, which is right around the corner, and another in 2032. In Broward County, we have 1, and that one's nearing, it's almost full, 2030. Palm Beach has a little bit more room. So Palm Beach has a landfill, but they have 2054 as their horizon for the capacity depletion year. And you see St. Lucie at 2067 and Indian River 2086. Okay. So one of the things that we really have to look at is how do we keep things from going into landfill? Where are the technologies? How do we improve recycling? How do we create a circular economy so we're using the recycled material to create new products? All of these things you can look forward to hearing about today. This is a this is a website. I got this information from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The numbers are a little different, but it'll give you an idea. So you see the large populations that are served. You'll see how it breaks out between residential, single family, and tons per year, and what's done there. So you can see right there that you collect a lot more than what's recycled. So the recycled is 29% in Southeast Florida for single family, residential, compared to an average rate of 32% in Florida. When you look down to residential multifamily, as you might expect, what you see is that you have a lot also collected, some recycled, but the rate of recycled materials coming out of multifamily is lower, 20%, compared to 27% Florida as a whole. Commercial tons per year, we do a better job with that in commercial tons collected and recycled, with an average of 39% recycled compared to 50% in Florida. And when you look here on the far left, you'll see that, again, the population served, the tons collected, the tons recycled, and on average, this is 7 counties, right? 33% ton recycled. So you can see there's a challenge there. And with that, I hope you've enjoyed our presentation and that you're excited about the meeting to come and have fun. Thank
Okay,
you.
yes, thank you.
All right. Do we have
So,
anything else?
no,
I think
on to our
we
first
are going
speaker.
to invite, yes, our first speaker, Mr. Joe Kilshamer.
Tilsheimer
I want
regarding waste to energy.
Yes, they all have great, there he is. There's our first guest speaker. So, welcome. Good morning. Thank you so much for traveling
Are they
from
linked?
afar to be here.
No.
We're looking up for your presentation right now.
Do you know where the
And please refer to your
presentations
bio package, because all of the folks that are talking to you today have extensive credentials and extensive qualifications and experience. So, Mr. Kilsheimer is Executive Director of the Florida Waste to Energy Coalition and serves Palm Beach and Miami-Dade County, correct? As
Am
part
I
of
on
your
track?
coalition. Statewide, but they're part of your coalition.
Okay.
Great.
Take it
Well,
away.
thank you and welcome.
Forward arrow to advance seems to work the best.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I will let you know that I am my name is Joe Kilsheimer, and I'm a recovering politician. So and the true story is when I ran for office the first time, it was, I got involved in politics thanks to trash, because there was an effort in my town. I was elected in the city of Apopka, and there was an effort in my town to convert a Class 3 landfill, which is a C&D landfill, into a Class 1 landfill. It was a bad reason, or a bad decision, for a whole lot of reasons, and I organized the opposition to that effort, and we were successful. And then immediately after that effort, a woman who was on our city council chose not to run for re-election, and I ran and I won, and then 2 years later I ran for mayor. And if you know anything about Apopka, you might have heard of the old mayor that held the office for more than 60 years. I defeated him in an election. So, and then 4 years later I ran for re-election and lost. So the old guy's nephew has the job now. So that's a true story. So anyway, I've been a consultant in the waste energy industry for more than 20 years. And so I've learned quite a bit about waste energy and why we have so many waste energy facilities. But here are just some statewide statistics. Florida's population is now 22 million people, and we're the third largest state in the country. We have, our economy is 1.25 trillion. If Florida's economy, if we were an independent country, we'd be the 16th largest economy in the world. That's pretty impressive. I have slightly updated numbers for the total solid waste generated in 2021. It's almost 50 million tons of garbage generated throughout the state. And of that, the waste energy communities account for about 45% of the total. And that's you guys, right? So Florida has 10 waste-to-energy facilities across the state, which is more than any other state in the country. And there are some reasons why, and I want to show you this is a 3-minute video that actually you can find on our website. But this, hopefully, if this plays, we've tested this before this.
see the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, everybody.
Can I pause it while they move? I don't see the cursor.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
The video's worth it, I promise. I promise that the video's worth it.
All good?
Have you ever wondered what goes on behind the scenes at a waste-to-energy facility? Here's your chance to see the science behind the stack. Once trucks arrive, they are weighed and checked in before heading inside to the tipping hall. The waste is unloaded onto the tipping floor and visually inspected for any unacceptable items, which are removed for separate recycling or proper disposal. Waste is then pushed into a storage pit and thoroughly mixed before being loaded into bins, which we call hoppers, where it travels to the combustion chamber. The tipping and waste storage areas are maintained under negative air pressure to contain dust and odors. Once fed into the combustor chamber, waste is combusted at extremely high temperatures in a self-sustaining process at approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A typical hopper load is completely combusted in 1 to 2 hours. As the waste is burned, the heat converts water in the steel tube-lined walls into steam that rises through boiler tubes where it is superheated. The steam turns a turbine-driven generator to produce electricity, or may sometimes be used directly for heating or industrial processes. The electricity produced by the turbine generator is exported to local utilities for use in homes and businesses. Each ton of waste can generate 550 to 700 kilowatt hours of electricity. Steam from the process is condensed back into water and returned to the boiler tubes, making it an efficient, closed-loop system. After combustion, the volume of waste is reduced by 90%, leaving an inert ash and metal. Collected metal is sold to be made into new products. Remaining ash is beneficially reused or landfilled as non-hazardous waste. Ferrous metals such as iron and steel are recovered using a rotating drum magnet, and non-ferrous metals like aluminum and copper are separated by an eddy current system. State-of-the-art air pollution control equipment ensures that emissions are well below limits to be fully protective of human health and the environment. We neutralize acid gases using lime in a scrubber reactor and inject activated carbon for heavy metal control. We control emissions of particulate matter primarily through a bag house, which employs thousands of fabric filter bags. All flue gas must pass through the bags before exiting through the stack. Throughout this process, the control room closely monitors emissions through a real-time continuous emission monitoring system, controls steam flow, and manages a number of other automated systems inside the facility. Waste-to-energy is widely recognized as a technology that helps mitigate climate change. In fact, waste-to-energy facilities are the only form of energy generation that actually reduce greenhouse gases. This is due to avoiding methane from landfills, offsetting emissions from fossil fuel electrical production, and recovering metals for recycling. We hope you enjoyed the tour.
All right. I want my slide to advance. Page down. Okay. All right, now that we have our technical difficulties sorted out. So why do we have 10 facilities in Florida? Why does Florida have so many waste-to-energy facilities? Well, one of the reasons is because in Florida, counties are responsible by state statute for the operation of solid waste facilities that meet all of the needs of their residents. And so this is a responsibility that counties cannot escape. Counties have to do it. And it all works better if the counties and the cities are all working together to plan your solid waste future. In 1977, the Florida legislature enacted something called the Florida Resource Recovery Act, and that mandated that the state's 19 most populous counties study waste to energy as part of their future solid waste master plans. And so as a result of that initiative, counties like Miami-Dade and Broward and Palm Beach, over on the West Coast, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas, they built waste to energy facilities. And the other really point that I want to emphasize is that the counties in which waste to energy provides the primary or dominant method of solid waste disposal are Florida's most populous counties and most economically vibrant counties. And land resources for new landfills in those communities are dwindling. In some cases, there's just no more room to put a landfill in your community. And so I always like to show my work. These are the counties where waste energy exists, and these are the number of cities. And if you look at the communities where waste energy is the dominant method of solid waste disposal and add up all of their populations, it's about 48% of Florida's population. And if you add up their economies, it's more than half of Florida's economy. So our state depends on waste energy for municipal solid waste disposal, I think more than any other state in the country. And it's vitally important that we recognize that waste to energy is a key infrastructure piece for us that allows our economies to keep going and allows our residents to enjoy their life here in South Florida and in the Treasure Coast. So Florida's waste energy facilities allow our communities to avoid landfilling of about 6.5 million tons of solid waste. And of course, the process that you saw where we're combusting that solid waste, that reduces the volume by 90%. And so that allows communities that have waste energy facilities and operate those in connection with landfills to make much more efficient use of their landfill resources. Because landfills, when you think about it, what landfills have to sell is airspace, right? And you need to have capacity, airspace capacity, in order to serve your communities. Waste to energy reduces that by 90%, allowing you to extend the life of your landfill for many more years than you could otherwise. And of course, the climate change benefit is that for every ton of waste that you combust in a waste to energy facility, you avoid the corresponding generation of carbon or carbon dioxide. It's every ton of waste in a waste energy facility is avoiding a ton of carbon dioxide generation. And that's principally through avoiding the generation of methane. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But we also recycle metals, and we pull metals out of the waste stream, enough to build 156,000 cars. And so methane, there's new research that scientists have been doing regarding methane. When I started off doing this presentation, methane was regarded as, I think, 10 times more powerful a greenhouse gas. The new research indicates that methane is now about 80 times more powerful a greenhouse gas in terms of trapping heat in the atmosphere than just carbon dioxide alone. And so landfills are regarded as major emitters of methane. Even landfills that have landfill gas collection systems, even the best collection systems allow up to about 40% of methane to just emanate into the atmosphere. And it's a major issue with regards to climate change. So I wanted, since you're elected officials or elected and appointed officials, here are the economics. And by the way, waste to energy is always going to be more expensive than a landfill. It's just the nature of the beast. But from a public policy perspective, it's incumbent upon us in local communities, and it's incumbent upon our friends in the state legislature to recognize the economics of waste to energy, especially because it's so important to our waste to energy communities. So waste energy is typically supported by 3 streams of revenue. There's tipping fees. That's what you and I pay, right? We pay either a county bill or a local bill that supports the operation of our solid waste system. Then there's the sale of electricity, and then there's the sale of recyclable metals, and that's typically a much smaller revenue stream than the other 2. And federal law requires, there's a federal law called PURPA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Practices Act, that was passed, again, in the 1970s, and it requires the incumbent utilities. And we all know who our incumbent utilities are, and they're good companies. They're good people, and I too often in this business we try to criticize the investor-owned utilities for the way that they treat waste energy, but I think that that's a no-win argument. You can't argue that the utilities are trying to suppress waste energy because their fiduciary responsibility is to their shareholders, and so they're operating in the best interest of their shareholders and in their customers. But at the same time, we have to recognize, I think, from a policy perspective, that there's value to waste to energy, especially to our South Florida communities, and we have to recognize the value of the electricity that comes from these waste energy facilities because it's a major financial underpinning of the whole industry. So federal law requires utilities to purchase power from what's called qualified facilities, and but allows the state to determine the pricing. And that pricing is a very complicated formula. I don't want to bore you with it this morning because we could spend all day on something called avoided cost. But the way that the formula has been calculated has changed over the last 20 years, principally due to changes in how the electric utility industry is building new generation. And so because of those changes, it's lowered the price that electric utilities are required to pay for the electricity that is generated by waste energy facilities, and that falls back again on you, because elected and appointed officials in South Florida and in the Treasure Coast have to figure out how to pay for waste energy so that you don't place an inordinate burden on your ratepayers. And so there's value to electricity generated by waste energy facilities, and again, it's incumbent upon all of us to figure out how to put a proper price on that value so that ratepayers can pay an affordable price for solid waste disposal. I want to tell you a little bit about the coalition. We started this coalition just last year, and this is something that the waste energy communities have been talking about for a while. I was asked to help put it together, and so we incorporated last year. We're established as a 501c4 organization. We're a nonprofit group. 501c4 status allows you to advocate for issues like waste energy. We don't get involved in politics. We don't contribute to political campaigns, but we do spend a lot of time advocating and educating elected officials and appointed officials about waste energy. And we have a website at fwtec.us, and I would encourage all of you to see that video that you saw is on the website. And so one of the things that we've managed to come up with some accomplishments in our short time. We passed a bill in the legislature last year called SB 1741. That creates an incentive program for communities that want to either build new facilities or maybe expand their existing facilities. And there was no money that was associated with that bill last year, but now coming up in the next session of the legislature, we'll be back advocating for that. That program is going to be contained within the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Part of my background is I spent the first 20 years of my career as a newspaper reporter. And so whenever there's any kind of critical story about about waste to energy, I tend to respond with an op-ed, and so I've had a couple op-eds published in both the Miami Herald and the Orlando Sentinel. These are the members of the municipal members. So we have municipal members, and then we have what we call associate members, and those are typically companies that support the waste to energy industry. But we were, like I said, incorporated just June of last year, and we actually, just this week, we had our inaugural annual conference in Tampa. I was in Tampa yesterday. I started in Tampa yesterday and drove to Boca last night. I don't recommend it. So, common issues for Florida waste energy communities. We talked a little bit about energy pricing. We, throughout the United States, there is a debate about what is authentic renewable energy, right? And so when you talk about wind and solar, it's easy to say that's renewable because it's always there, it's always on. You know, solar has limitations, wind has limitations. Waste to energy runs 24/7, 365, and the fuel source for waste to energy plants, that always exists. We're never gonna not have garbage, right? So we think that we make a very good case for renewable energy because waste to energy is also much cleaner from an environmental perspective than landfills. Now, I don't want anybody to think that I'm criticizing landfills. I won't criticize landfills. We have to have landfills. We have to have landfills even when we have waste energy facilities, because in the proper operation of a waste energy facility, you have to take a unit down on a regular basis in order to do maintenance. Got to have a properly maintained facility. When you have an outage, then you have to divert the waste, and that diversion goes to a landfill. But it is those diversion periods are typically maybe 10 days or 2 weeks at the maximum. But you have to have it. You have to have that diversion period for outages. And so I think that waste to energy is renewable. I know that many of the environmentalists don't agree with that, but I think that that's a worthy and robust debate that we ought to be having. Renewable portfolio standard is another policy issue that many other states have already had. There are a lot of states that have established a renewable portfolio standard, and what that essentially means is that you establish certain categories of what's renewable energy, and the state can require their utilities to generate electricity or to purchase electricity from renewable energy sources. We've had that debate in Florida when Charlie Crist was governor the first time. He was an advocate for a renewable portfolio standard, but it didn't get across the finish line. But it's a debate worth having, because if we're going to rely on waste to energy and we're going to impose that cost burden on our ratepayers and on our taxpayers, then again, establishing the value of the electricity generated by waste energy facilities, we need to recognize the fact that we are performing a public service in addition to generating electricity. The other thing is that many Florida communities are approaching inflection points. Miami-Dade is studying, they're in the beginning stages of figuring out whether or not they're going to rebuild their facility. Broward County, I've been following that effort to establish an interlocal agreement to bring the cities of Broward County together to, again, sort out what to do with solid waste in Broward County. Pasco County, I actually have a whole nother slide about this, but, and so the one point that I want to make about issues is that decisions about waste to energy are often made in Tallahassee or in Washington with very little impact or very little input from local communities. It seems like the big dogs just get together and decide our fate for us. And we need to be in Tallahassee and in Washington as those decisions are being made. Here's what's happening in the state right now. Pasco County, as I mentioned, the term I heard earlier this week was that Pasco County's expansion is on fire. They're actually ready to go, and they're going to start adding another unit in 2023 and come online the following year. As I mentioned, Miami-Dade, there was a very well-done community Zoom meeting on this past Monday in Miami-Dade County about the future of solid waste there. And as you can imagine, in Miami-Dade County, it's all of these issues are a struggle for the elected officials. But I was very impressed with how that community Zoom meeting went, and they're going to have a very robust debate in Dade County about how to resolve their issues with regards to the future of their waste-to-energy facility. As I mentioned, Broward County's ILA is in the works, and as Florida grows, we're going to need additional capacity. I can tell you that Orange County, where I live, Orange County needs a waste-to-energy facility because they have 18 years of life left in their landfill, and there is no political appetite in Orange County whatsoever for another landfill. And I know that there are other communities in the state of Florida that are looking at this. And so I just want to leave you with a couple of images. This is inside the pit, the facility at Hillsborough County. And what you see is, what you see laid out in front of you is what's called the tipping floor. And behind that concrete wall it's filled to the brim with garbage to run the Hillsborough County Waste-to-Energy Facility. That volume of garbage, that's 3 days. That's 3 days of running that waste-to-energy facility. And Hillsborough County has so much waste that they can't put it all in their pit. It spills out on a regular basis. So Hillsborough County is another one that's, they told me the other day that they're going to bring a discussion before their board in about 3 months to talk about what they're going to do with regards to maybe building another facility. And the last image I want to leave you with is this one. And I'm working on another project. I have a client in Orange County that wants to build an apartment complex in some commercial areas, but the piece of ground that he wants to do it on is the site of a former landfill that operated in Orange County from 1964 to 1980. It basically was just a dump. And it was developed and operated before the state of Florida really had any strict regulations about how to operate landfills. And so in January of this year, I was out on this property and we were digging test pits as part of our due diligence effort. And I saw this, so that's a pair of doll legs. And some family, more than 50 years ago, decided that their doll had just, they threw away the doll, right? And that doll was buried in the landfill. But that's a piece of plastic that has been in the ground for more than 50 years. That's what we're doing when we put garbage in the landfill. When you put garbage in the landfill, when you throw something away and it goes it's picked up by the truck and taken away, it doesn't cease to exist. It falls from your memory, but it doesn't cease to exist. And it goes somewhere and it's either put in the ground or it's turned into electricity. And I think that, I thought that was kind of just both a sweet and sour note that these doll legs had managed to exist underground for 50 years. But I don't think that we should be putting stuff like this in the ground anymore. I think we should be recovering the value, because if we put it in the ground, we've wasted the value. But if we recover the value, then I think that we've done the right thing for our environment, the right thing for our communities, and I just think it's the right thing to do. And with that, I would entertain any questions.
Thank you. Let me make first an announcement for people that do have questions. Because this is being recorded, we would ask that you come up to either this mic or that mic so that everybody can hear your questions. It can be recorded, and whoever the speaker is at the time will be able to respond. So, Mr. Kilsheimer, I have one. By the way, is it Kilsheimer or Kilsheimer?
It's Kilsheimer.
Kilsheimer, right?
But
I couldn't tell whether
my
that.
family goes both ways.
Okay. Mr. Kilsheimer, I had one question for you. If you can discuss on the environmental impact. In Broward, we have an old incinerator site, the Wingate site, that the community there tends to feel, and probably accurately, that they were impacted adversely by the environmental impact of the incinerator there. And this is through two areas. The two questions I had is, number one, the smoke that comes out, which in the past at least frequently had heavy metals in it. And the second is the ash. What is left with the ash? And I know you had a slide on it, but I hope you can elaborate on that. Both of those issues, both the smoke and the ash, the environmental impact of those.
All right, thank you for the question. So throughout the United States, in the waste energy industry, in the United States, there are some of the facilities are located in what are known as environmental justice communities, and there has been a lot of criticism by environmental justice advocates about waste energy. They typically view waste energy facilities as the incinerators of the 1970s and 80s, right? Before the adoption of something called maximum achievable control technology in the 1990s. And with the adoption of those control technologies, the emissions profile of waste energy facilities has just improved drastically. And so in other communities, waste energy facilities coexist in urban settings. So for example, in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, the waste energy facility that serves Hennepin County is immediately next door to the stadium where the Minnesota Twins play baseball. It's right next door. And there are no complaints. There are zero complaints about the facility in Minneapolis. In Indianapolis, the waste energy facility is not right in the downtown setting, but it's close enough to downtown where the heat that's produced by that facility is used for district heating in downtown Indianapolis. So from an emissions standpoint, the emissions profile is much, much, much better, drastically better than it was before the adoption of, before the upgrades to the Clean Air Act. And with regards to the ash, in other states, not Florida yet, but in other states, ash is being used as aggregate for roadbed material or for trail material. And that's an effort that we believe has merit in Florida because we can beneficially reuse that ash as long as everybody is assured that the ash is not going to cause some future health issue or public health issues. So I love to go to those meetings and talk to people, talk to those environmental justice advocates because typically when they know all the facts and you're able to show it to them right in front of them, I have been successful in ameliorating those concerns. You're never gonna completely eliminate those concerns because some people just aren't gonna hear what you have to say. But the science behind waste energy as an environmental asset to your community is proven and it's well accepted. And there's a reason. Somebody else said to me this morning, there's a reason why Europe has 400 of these facilities and the United States has a grand total of 75, right? Europe decided long ago that their land resources were more valuable than putting landfills on them. And so Europe has developed more than 400 waste energy facilities. There's a couple that are under construction in England and in other places now. China is building these facilities at a fairly fast clip. In the United States, we have just a lot of land. And, you know, outside of South Florida or the state of Florida, there is just plenty of land. And again, it's always going to be more expensive to build a waste energy facility than it is to put garbage in a landfill. In Florida, we have to have waste energy facilities, especially our most populous, most economically vibrant communities.
Good morning, Jimmy Morales. I'm Chief Operations Officer in Miami-Dade County, and I was on that Monday night Zoom call, and 200 people actually zoomed in on a very hastily called meeting with not a lot of notice, and it was a great discussion that went on for, I think, over 2 hours. In Miami-Dade County, the discussion is not so much landfill versus waste energy. Right. No one, except for a couple of people, are advocating put all of this in landfills. It's really more the discussion of, and I think you heard it if you were on, I don't know if you were on that call. I was on. Which is waste energy versus, you know, a zero waste strategy that diverts it away from both landfills and waste energy. And maybe you sort of answered the question with the most recent comment you made, which is, you know, in the other, quote, vibrant economic parts of the country who aren't using waste energy, because you're saying Florida is way ahead in that game, what is the strategy? Is it all landfilling? How effective have other jurisdictions been in the diversion away from both? You know, we're at a point where we've just extended the contract for 5 to 10 more years, and we'll be putting money into our existing plant for that lifespan. And we've been directed by the commission to build a new facility. And so the debate that's sort of going on is, why spend all that money? We should be diverting it elsewhere, reusing it, recycling it. If you could talk a little bit about what are some of the other large markets that are economically vibrant. Is it all land use because they all have more land, or what is the experience with attempting to divert from both, away from both of those?
So zero waste is a laudable goal, and I love people who talk about zero waste. I'm not familiar with communities that have been exceptionally successful in zero waste strategies. San Francisco has struggled. The state of California is struggling with its zero waste strategy. And the reason is because it requires a tremendous amount of education, right? Now, in Florida, the communities that have the best recycling rates, Lee County has the highest recycling rate in the state of Florida, partially because of their waste energy facility, but also partially because Lee County invests a lot in education, in educating its public. And that's what I thought of when I was listening the other night, is Miami-Dade County is going to have to invest a lot in educating people, because, I'll just use my own house as an example. Do you know how my wife recycles? She recycles when I pick the plastic out of the garbage can and I take it to the recycling bin. My wife she's just not a recycler. And her mother is not a recycler either. I recycle for the three of them, or for the three of us. And so you're going to have to, zero waste requires a major change in human behavior and getting people to recognize, oh, this is compostable, this is plastic, this is non-recyclable waste, right? And so as communities look at zero waste strategies, I think education of the public is going to be key, but then the other thing that people have to recognize is that once you do all of that, right, you recycle, you reduce, you reuse, all of that, there is a non-recyclable portion of the solid waste stream that is always going to be there, and that's where waste energy comes in. Waste energy operators will tell you they don't want to burn plastic. They would prefer not to burn plastic, because plastic makes their pollution control equipment work harder than it has to otherwise. So if we could eliminate all plastic from the waste stream going into a waste energy facility, the operators would love you for it. But that requires just a major change in human behavior, not to throw away plastic. And the other thing that I would recommend is looking at the companies, the individual companies that have adopted zero waste strategies. Subaru is one of them. So Subaru manufactures automobiles in Indiana, and a key component of their zero waste strategy, and they've been zero waste for more than a decade, a key component of their zero waste strategy is combusting all of their non-recyclable products or everything that can't be recycled goes to the waste energy facility in Indianapolis.
Hi, I'm Greg Weiss, Palm Beach County Commissioner, and comment and a question. First off, just to let you know that in Palm Beach County, we did a pilot project with our ash as roadbed material, and so based on the results from FDOT, when they give us the approval, our plan is to move forward and require that as part of our roadbeds. But the question is there funding in the bipartisan infrastructure bill for waste to energy plants? And if so, where do we find it?
Well, so we talked about this just in the last couple of days at our conference. There's, in the Inflation Reduction Act, there are some major incentive programs that will be coming out that waste energy communities can take advantage of in terms of either expanding facilities or generating or expanding existing facilities.
Hi, my question is sort of a follow-up to the first question. About a third of our waste is organic material, and I agree with you, education is going to be a big, but it's important. If we don't do it, I mean, Hillsborough County, if that's overflowing, if you could have diverted a third of that organic waste that could be composted from the waste to energy facility, you would need to build another facility. So it's really, really important that we do re-educate people to do that. And then I actually have a question. What happens to all the pollutants that you take out with the filters and the heavy metals? How are those disposed of?
So in that, if you remember from the video, what are called the flue gases, right? Flue gases go through this multi-chamber emissions control process. And materials like heavy metals, like mercury and lead and stuff like that, are captured in a chamber where activated powdered carbon is blown into the flue gases at a constant rate. And that material falls to the bottom and then is combined with the ash, and it's trapped in there. It's chemically and physically trapped inside that carbon material. And so it just becomes part of the ash.
Oh, that doesn't sound very good.
Well, let me just share with you I learned this story from Charles Lee, who is many of you may know Charles is the policy advocate for Florida Audubon, right? And Charles is a supporter of waste energy. And I asked him one time, why do you support waste energy? And he said that his philosophy regarding environmental regulation begins with the idea that people are going to live in Florida, right? We know that people are going to live here. He said, every human activity, the fact that we all drove here today had some environmental impact, right? It has an impact on the environment. We live in Florida and we impact the environment kind of regardless of, what we think that how we're controlling that, right? So how do we minimize that impact? And minimizing the impact in terms of solid waste is it better to landfill or is it better to combust it in a waste energy facility? I agree with you that composting organic material is a far better solution than just letting it either go into the ground or even combusting in a waste energy facility. Where is it going to happen? And who's going to do it? And where is that? And so I can tell you that the history of anaerobic digesters combusting, or not combusting, but turning food waste into compost, the history is not necessarily the best. Now, Disney has tried it and they killed it. Waste Management tried it in Apopka, in my town, and they killed it because they weren't able to control that process in a way that was profitable to them. And so they just ended it. Now, there is another company coming to Florida. There's a Danish company called Bigadan. Bigadan is proposing to build a digester in Orange County. And they're going to take food waste, and the reason that they're coming to Central Florida is because of Disney, SeaWorld, and Universal, right? And they can get they can get food waste that meets their profile in terms of input. So we'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see what happens to see. They're proposing to convert food waste into natural gas and to feed it right into the natural gas. And by the way, Mayor Buddy Dyer and the Orlando Economic Partnership are leading a delegation from Central Florida to Denmark to go view this process. And they're also going to go view, there's a waste energy facility in Copenhagen that was built within the last 10 years, and it has a in addition to being a waste energy facility, it's also a tourist attraction. It has a ski slope on the top of it and a climbing wall, and so it's part of an entertainment district in Copenhagen, and that's on the tour. That tour will go November 14th through the 17th. So.
That'll have to be the last question.
Yeah, last one. Thank you. First of all, really appreciate your presentation.
Thank
You had mentioned that with SB 1741,
Right.
that you had passed last year, that the incentives were not included
Well,
last year.
the money wasn't there.
Okay.
My
question is, can you explain to us, for Miami-Dade and for Broward, those are thinking of doing a WTE, what kind of incentives there are, and how would we?
So there's two incentives that were created in that legislation. One incentive is planning money. So if a community wants to plan a municipal waste energy facility, it can apply for grants to FDEX about that. And number two, we talked a little bit about the sale of electricity, and so there is when these plants were all built 20 and 30 years ago, there was something called the capacity payment. The capacity payment, when the avoided cost basis was a coal-fired power plant, which is expensive to build and expensive to operate, communities were getting a lot of money for the sale of their electricity. Those coal-fired power plants have gone away, and so we're now comparing against a natural gas-fired power plant. So the capacity payment is dropped to a drastic amount. Communities that operate municipal waste energy facilities are eligible to apply for payments that replace those capacity payments.
And is there a cap on how much is it? Do you have an idea of?
We haven't tested it yet, so we'll find out.
Okay.
We're
In
gonna
other words,
find out.
cap on how much the incentives would be.
So that's up to our friends in the legislature.
Okay. And last, at this point, how much is a brand-new WTE plant cost?
I'm just going to say, if you built
Ballpark.
a 3,000 ton per day facility,
Okay.
you're looking at $1 billion.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Composting may be cheaper.
If you can run a composting facility and make it work, you'll win a Nobel Prize.
The $1 billion, how much energy?
How much energy?
Yeah,
Well,
what are you
so
spending on?
so energy. The one thing that okay. Susan's going to answer.
Yeah, I was just asking that for your $1 billion investment, how much energy are you spending off from that?
What is Miami-Dade? How much is 10? How much? Okay, which is enough to power. Okay.
Could you repeat what he said?
So the answer is Miami-Dade facility is a 4,000 ton per day facility. It's the biggest in the country, or one of the biggest. And it produces about 110 megawatts, which is enough to power the city of Homestead. All right, thanks
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Quick announcement here. We have a 10-minute break. Please be rigorous with the 10 minutes. And then we will come back, have another speaker, and then you get to grab your lunch and have a lunch speech. So quick 10-minute break. Thank you.
If I can ask everyone to take their seats. If I can ask everyone to please take your seats. The next program is only 15 minutes, after which we're going to grab lunch. So we need to get started on time because this one is only 15 minutes, at the conclusion of which we're going to have a 10-minute break, have you go grab lunch, come back, and then we'll go into our next program. So, okay.
Thank you. Our next speakers are regarding Florida's recycling rate and disaster debris management. We have Alana Irwin as Environmental Manager for Solid Waste with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Southeast District. Good morning, Alana. You all ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Alana Irwin. I am the Environmental Manager for the Solid Waste Compliance Program at the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Southeast District Office. Today I'm going to be talking about some recycling initiatives that we have, as well as a brief introduction to disaster debris management sites. As was talked about earlier this morning, the solid waste rates that were discussed don't encompass disaster debris management, so I think it's important to understand what disaster debris management is so we can be better prepared for some of these things that are to come. So I wanted to get started with talking about the Class 1 landfill capacities. Our agency is broken up into 6 district offices, and in our district office, we have, as was discussed a little bit this morning, a remaining life capacity of about 24 years on average for all of the landfills in our district. So that's from Monroe County all the way up to Indian River and Okeechobee counties. So the 2 regional planning councils that are here today, this impacts you tremendously because the average life is 24 years. So that was just something I wanted to point out before we went forward and talked about this. And these numbers don't count for disaster debris management sites or DDMS. So I want to emphasize that tremendously. If we have a hurricane or a natural disaster, those numbers may be less. So what are disaster debris management sites? These are temporarily authorized solid waste processing facilities. These are usually authorized under an emergency final order, typically as the result of a hurricane or other natural disaster. Field authorizations for these DDMSs, or disaster debris management sites, may only be issued by the department, so the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, after an executive order has been executed by the governor and a state of emergency has been issued. So these will authorize the DDMS every year before the hurricane season. We have several pre-authorizations that come through. A lot of our sites in our district, as well as other districts, have been pre-authorized already. So a lot of it is just reviewing the documentation, making sure nothing has changed, and then they're ready for the next year. And this pre-authorization process has to be done every year. In addition to the DDMSs, they must be authorized by the department in order for the operators or owners, so usually the municipalities or the counties, to obtain public assistance funds from FEMA. So it's also important for us to partner with you guys to make sure that we are authorizing these DDMSs so you can receive any assistance you may need in the event of a storm. Disaster debris management pre-authorizations, like I said, it's an annual process. It requests that can be done using the DEP business portal or through the district or delegated program. In our district, in the Southeast District, we have 3 delegated solid waste programs at Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. Those facilities that are not county-owned are the ones that would go through the county programs. If we have county-controlled or county-operated projects, those come from us in the Southeast District Office. So the distribution of sites, we have approximately 1,030 sites that were pre-authorized statewide for this current year, and 8 county governments still needed pre-authorization sites when this was done in 2020, at the beginning of 2022. So what happened is, following Irma, there were and Michael, there was a realization that there was a need for additional authorizations for DDMS. So we only had before those, we had about 12 counties that did not authorize at all. And a lot of those counties were in the Panhandle, and they were affected by Michael. And we were able to get them on board with pre-authorizations for DDMS. So now we only have 8 counties, which is actually a very vast improvement when you think of the population of all these counties, and making sure that they are pre-authorized for the disaster review management sites. Pre-storm event makes it a lot easier. It's better to be over-prepared for something that doesn't happen than to wait until the end and have to do everything last minute. So now I'm going to talk about our recycling rates. As was discussed earlier, our recycling goals and our recycling initiatives are statutorily driven under Section 403.706 of the Florida statutes. This established the 75% recycling goal for municipal solid waste by 2020. This statute was effective back in 2010. It directed all counties to report their recycling progress annually, and it established interim recycling goals, 40% by 2012, 50% by 2014, 60% by 2016, and 70% by 2018. Directed counties, which is counties that had a population of over 100,000, were to develop a plan if the county doesn't achieve this goal or the interim recycling goals. And then directed the state, so this statute comes from the legislature, and this directed the state to identify additional programs or statutory changes if the interim recycling goals were not met. So for example, our 2020 goal was 75%. We had to analyze where we were at in 2020 and determine what other efforts needed to be done in order to meet these goals. So this statutory, even though it says 2020, it has no sunset date. So that means we will continue to work to make sure that we are achieving that 70%, 75% and beyond moving forward. So some of the implications of the 75% recycling goal, there was a methodology change in 2010 that allowed for heavier materials such as demolition and construction and demolition debris, or C&D debris, to be accounted for as part of the recycling process. And more recyclable materials were included in these programs, such as single waste stream recycling. It also accompanied for additional recycling credits. It also considers renewable energy, such as waste to energy and landfill gas, and landfill cover. So all of those things that were discussed were part of our recycling rates. So the statewide overall recycling rate, which includes renewable energy recycling credits, it decreased from 50% to 49%. It's not a huge decrease, but it's still, there's other factors that may be accounted to why there was a decrease from 2020 to 2021. But those are things that were analyzed in the 2020 report as well, that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. The statewide traditional recycling rate that excludes renewable energy decreased from 42% to 41%. And you could argue that there's potentially implications from the pandemic, maybe people not going out as much. There are other factors here that may have contributed to the decrease that may not necessarily account for necessary changes in the recycling process. So this graph is actually very interesting. It shows all the solid waste management rates in Florida from 1988 to 2021. The orange line indicates managed waste, and managed waste describes all waste that goes in and out of the landfill. Of that, we have the blue line represents the landfilled waste. The red line attributes to the combusted waste, so your waste to energy waste. And the green line represents the recycled waste. And the dotted line is the population. So you can see that as population grows, there was an increase in the amount of waste that was, and this is statewide. I want to preface this by this is statewide. This is not just specific to Southeast District, but it's still a statewide number. So we are at about 50 million amount of tons of waste that was processed through the year. And as we do that, you'll see that the landfilled rates and the recycling rates are becoming closer together, which is kind of showing that our goals are starting to be met, but there's still some work that needs to be done. And also I want to note that at the bottom, compared to all the other waste, the combusted waste has remained the same. So we analyzed the goals of the 2020 report and put together a technical document that talks about what we found as part of this initiative over the last decade. So you guys will, I believe you will be getting these presentations, so you'll be able to review this report afterwards, but I'm just going to talk about the highlights. So the main determination was there needs to be a technical assistance group that needs to be developed in order to create a comprehensive waste reduction and recycling plan. This technical assistance group should be able to identify recycling goals using both sustainable materials management and solid waste diversion concepts. And this plan also proposed a 3-year plan to implement some things such as recycled materials marketing development, so that education and outreach initiative that was talked about so heavily in the last presentation. Also talking about how we can make recycling marketable, maybe credits or something that will help improve the marketability of, hey, we have this need to recycle. And then working with local governments. The state needs to work with the local governments, the cities and the counties and the regional planning councils and everybody affiliated with the same goal in mind, that we need to do what we can to reduce our waste and support recycling. And also there is a proposal of statutory language to implement a revised recycling goal and strategy. So these are some of the recommendations that came out of the 2020 report. As I said, there's no sunset date, so just because we didn't meet the 75% by 2020, this doesn't mean that it's over. The counties will still be required to report to the department annually until we can demonstrate that those goals have been met. Another report that came out last year is the Retail Bags Report. So this was a report that came out in 2010 talking about the recycling of plastic bags and what initiatives we can take to minimize the effects of having plastic grocery bags in the stores. So this full report again is in the presentation, so you guys will be able to look at this once you get this in more detail. But the highlights are there were very similar observations to what was made in the 2010 report. So a lot of the types of plastic bags that come from grocery stores are managed, which means they get sent to a landfill. Doesn't mean that they are recycled or anything like that. I know some stores do have initiatives to support recycling for these bags where you can take them there, but it's still a very small number compared to what is being managed in landfills. Also, an observation that was made is mismanaged plastics are still ending up as litter, so that means we're finding more litter in our waterways, in our roadways. So other things that may come from potential education and outreach is promoting, hey, don't throw your waste out of your car window, or don't throw your waste on the ground. Try to get it in a place where it belongs. So if it's going to be managed, at least it's managed in a landfill and not polluting our waterways. There was also some additional scientific evidence that supported potential harm of the mismanaged plastics, and that harm has increased since the 2010 report, so that was another observation that was made in this report. And but there has been an increase of public awareness, so that was a positive thing that came from this report, is the public is at least more aware than they were when the initial report was done in 2010 that says that we need to be more mindful of our plastic bags and make sure that we're not doing things to pollute our waterways. Florida residents need to have an option for recycling plastic film at retailers. I know this is something that is happening from some grocery stores and some other industries, but it's something that needs to be more comprehensive, more statewide, something that will help make it easier for residents to just go to the store and drop off their bags if they don't, when they're done with them. And it also noted that auxiliary containers have limited options, which means that there are limited options for alternatives of plastic bags in our grocery stores. So those were just some of the things that came from this report. They're going to continue to analyze and see how things trend from this point, and then our division in Tallahassee, who deals with the recycling program, will continue to review these reports and see how we can move forward with more greener options. So some of the programs that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has pertaining to recycling and education, we have this recycling curriculum on floridadeprecycles.org. It's geared towards a K through 2 audience, and it provides lesson plans. It's called Guardians of the Environment, and it provides lesson plans that build foundational knowledge in recycling. It incorporates the next generation Sunshine State standards. It uses STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics benchmarks through guided lesson plans, and it does offer bilingual, interactive, and digital instructions modules that are focused on recycling bases and best practices. So as you progress, if you start in the kindergarten curriculum and move up into first and second grade, it becomes a little more comprehensive, but it builds that foundational knowledge that may not have been there before for children of that age. Another program that we have is called FORCE, is the Florida Organics Recycling Center for Excellence. And this is an organics recycling effort between DEP and the public and private researchers. And it's a legislatively funded program that provides a framework to promote organics recycling and research in a statewide effort to help streamline these processes. So this includes composting, research, demonstration, marketing, and education. So these are some of the programs that we have available to the public right now that may be helpful to launch some of the efforts that are being discussed today. So with that, I have, a few minutes for questions, potentially, maybe not. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. So what we're gonna do right now, y'all can start getting lunch, right? Tom, are they set up for lunch now? So you can go grab your lunch, and while the crowd is moving around, if you have a question of Alana, please come up and we'll take it. But we just gotta keep moving because our next speaker is gonna start at 12 o'clock. And I want you to know that Alana is the only person I have ever seen whose title takes up 3 whole lines. we had to abbreviate it for purposes
that is
of
perfectly
formatting
fine.
on the agenda.
That is perfectly fine.
So, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Alana.
Oh, Alana, quick question. Jimmy Morales again from Miami-Dade County. We're forming now a community task force to look at all these issues, reuse, recycle. Is it possible to have sort of DEP be part of that?
Absolutely.
Participating in the process. I'll get your card then.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get your contact information. We do partner with our division folks in Tallahassee. We have a whole waste reduction and waste minimization section in our Division of Waste Management, but the Southeast District Regulatory Office has become more involved with these efforts because we're the ones that are going to your facilities for inspection.
Alana, hi. Michael Ruiz, Assistant County Administrator with Broward County. You opened with debris management, and you prefaced that the numbers you had for landfill lifespan did not account for storms. We just had a storm. Are you, or is it possible for DEP to work with DEM on estimates? Because a lot of that material, it's not going to be reduced. It's not going to go to a waste energy plant. If we're lucky, it'll be handled at a C&D location. If not, it's going to go class 3, class 1.
Yep.
That's going to roll north.
Yep.
All of us here use Okeechobee and Jed as backstops. That capacity is going to get eaten up. If it gets eaten up on the West Coast, it's still impacting us because eventually they're going to go to those kinds of landfills.
Right.
And we're using those numbers that we have for long-term capacity for our planning. So if DEP and DEM could work together and maybe even give us estimates of what that storm's impact is going to be on the state's landfill capacity, it would help us make good long-term decisions.
Yes, I do know that we do partner with DEM as well as the counties that were affected to discuss how the capacity changes as a result of these storms. So that is something that we do actively work on. The main goal right now is to mitigate the disaster. Just making sure everything has been cleaned up properly, making sure nobody else is impacted. But once we get our feet underneath us, then that's when we start working with the counties to see how their landfills were affected, trying to encourage composting, trying to encourage things for the vegetative waste to make sure that it stays out of the landfill, but it's obviously inevitable. But yes, we can provide you with those numbers once we have them. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, thank you guys.
I hope you guys are all enjoying your food. Is this on? Yeah. I hope that everyone's enjoying their food and wrapping up. We're going to get started with our next speaker, Mr. Dave Robout. Okay. All right, thank you. So yes, we're wrapping up and we're going to get started with Mr. Dave Robout. Dave Robout is Executive Director of the Gulf Coast Energy Network. I think you're going to really enjoy his presentation. Before we go to that though, I want to just remind you guys there's there's cards on your table. The purpose of these cards is if you have questions, to please write them on there, and then you can just go like this, and one of our staff from South Florida Treasure Coast will be by and pick it up, and we'll make sure to do the best copy, get you the information you're requesting. So Mr. Robout is one of the energy industry's foremost thinkers and strategists. He has more than 20 years of professional experience in the environmental engineering field and is an advocate for resource conservation and sustainable energy. He is the founder and chief scientist for the National Energy USA, a climate tech company based in Pensacola, Florida. So he's one of us. He's also the executive director of a not-for-profit called the Gulf Coast Energy Network, where he leads a group of energy and sustainability professionals dedicated to expanding the renewable energy market in the Gulf Coast. You have the bio. You can read more about Mr. Robout. And just remember, he's the only one that will not have lunch until after his presentation. So, so be kind. Thank you. So, welcome. I think you're all good.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. How's everybody doing? So who invited the garbage guy to talk to you during lunch? I have several slides about decomposing garbage. Was this your idea, Alicia? This is going to be a train wreck. You've had a great career up until this point right now. So I'm Dave Robout. I'm happy to be here. I'm very passionate about this subject matter, so I really want to dive into it. And what I want to talk about is the technology that's coming into this industry. I've been an environmental scientist for about 22 years, and what I've seen over my career is the ability to lean on technological advances to be able to solve some of these everyday challenges. So just to expand on my background just a little bit, most of my career has been spent with the Department of Defense. The Undersecretary of the Air Force referred to me as his garbologist because we were using technology to solve some challenges that the military was having, so I'll kind of explain that in a little bit. But it helped me understand that garbage is really a byproduct of bad design. And if we could spend more time thinking about the material's life cycle in the design phase, we could actually potentially eliminate the need for solid waste landfills. So it's aspirational, and right now most of our communities are quite literally drowning in garbage. So this idea of zero waste to landfill probably sounds like science fiction, but I'll help you understand just how close we actually are to a reality where we're not so dependent on solid waste landfills. So as I mentioned, my job as a scientist and an engineer is really to use some advanced technologies to be able to do some problem solving for the benefit of our society. So I mentioned to you that my background's with the Department of Defense, and this is how I got thrusted into this industry. So it was in the lead up to Operation Enduring Freedom, so this would have been about 12 years ago. The CIA was operating something called a burn pit. Anybody heard of a burn pit before? So it was in legislation recently because we had about 3.5 million veterans that were exposed to the noxious fumes and had neurological disorders and strange forms of cancer because of this practice. So somebody somewhere thought burning garbage was a good idea. And it turns out it's not. So my job was to develop a team of scientists and engineers to develop a technology that would solve this problem of burn pits. And that's really when I got thrusted into this industry. So we actually designed and built a plasma gasification technology, which was designed to be portable, so we can put it on the back of a C-5 and we can fly it into some war zone someplace, some operational theater, and be able to safely process waste, keep our airmen and our war fighters safe, and at the same time generate energy. So in an austere environment like the Middle East, it's very difficult, it's very expensive to transport fuel into this environment. At the height of the war, we were losing 26 Marines for every fuel convoy. So it was very impactful to the entire mission, to the entire warfighter community. So our goal was to design a system that would mimic temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun inside of a crucible, and the whole thing had to fit in basically like this half of this room, because it had to be transportable. So we did that. We did that with the idea that when you're operating at temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius, anything and everything that you put into that environment will disassociate. A lot of people think that, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that in a minute. A lot of people think that their garbage can is some kind of magical vortex where you put things in and then you come home from work and it's gone. It's amazing. Every time, I don't know how this happens. But as my friend Joe talked about earlier, you know, it doesn't really go away. It stays in our environment. Landfills are, I call it the gift that keeps on giving, because it pollutes land, water, and air resources. And frankly, there's a better way of doing business. If you think about how technology has advanced in so many different career fields, we have, you know, electric vehicles, we have robots performing surgery, and we handle garbage the same way that the Mesopotamians did, right? Dig a hole in the ground and put our garbage in it. And when the hole fills up, what do? We dig another hole, you know? So it's not a sustainable strategy, and technology is coming to the rescue. But with plasma gasification, there were some advantages because we got a 99% volume reduction, 99%. The material inside of this crucible would disassociate. What I mean by that is we break down at the molecular level these long-chain carbon molecules, and we would reformulate them into what we call a syngas, which is carbon monoxide and hydrogen, which is a great energy vector. And we were able to produce hot water for showers. We were able to produce energy, reduce the fuel convoys. And I saw it as a potential solution, except for the fact that it's hellaciously expensive. Part of my job as a scientist was to do a life cycle cost assessment, and the payback on this technology was 77 years. So, a good application for the military, probably not a great application unless you have a really, really high tip fee. So we did the math on that. But this was an opportunity for me to understand, you know, just how big is this market? Like, how much feedstock is available? And it turns out that Americans are #1 at producing garbage, 290 million tons every year. So before the pandemic, EPA said we were generating about 4.4 pounds per person per day. Today, it's closer to 4.9. So our problem is really only getting worse. So this is where technology comes in, because as communities grow, what do people do? They produce more garbage. So when you start looking at garbage as a material and not as a waste product, you can really start to study, #1, how much garbage has changed over the last few decades. I do another talk called The Evolving Ton, which basically looks at how our garbage stream has changed over the last 4 decades. And what we've noticed is lots of more cardboard, right? We thank Jeff Bezos for that one, partially. But more plastics in our packaging. A lot of bottle manufacturers have gone away from glass, which, by the way, is infinitely recyclable, and they've gone to cheaper alternatives. So effectively, they've outsourced their disposal costs on communities, and it's not fair. I think for the most part, people want to recycle. It's confusing. I mean, let's just be honest, especially for me. You know, I came to Florida from New York, I should say, from Brooklyn. Any other New Yorkers in here? This is like the sixth borough, right? So now I'm in Pensacola, Florida, so I say things like, forget about it, y'all. And it just somehow just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But anyway, what we found is the material that's in our waste stream could actually be reutilized in different purposes, which I'll talk about. But ultimately, what we're trying to get away from is this linear economy, this take, make, waste society. Because at the end of the day, everybody gets excited about recycling, but what did we skip over? We skipped over the reduce and the reuse, which is really where we should be spending our focus. But the reality is a lot of garbage is going to the landfill, and when it's not ending up in the landfill, oftentimes it ends up in water bodies. So now we have garbage patches that are literally the size of continents. And this is an unsustainable practice because whatever we do to the environment, we do to ourselves, really. So when we start looking at being able to introduce more of a circular economy, it means being able to take some of these materials, because there's already embodied energy in producing something, like glass is a good example. Glass is very energy intensive. So let's recycle that material, save energy, save natural resources, put that back into the circular economy. So let's look at what the material stream looks like. Now, this is a national average. It may not necessarily apply here locally. But if you look at all these materials, and if you were to look at them as a raw material, something coming in, very little of this, very little, single digit, is unusable. So when we're able to tackle the big problem, and I'm going to get to robots in a minute, then we can focus on what's actually the problem. What does that 6%, 8%, 9.5% look like? And then we can make some strategic decisions about extended producer responsibility, changing material types. All of these packaging materials should be either A, compostable, or B, recyclable. And if it's not, don't introduce it into the world. And that's the challenge that we have, because garbage is such a big issue, a lot of us feel helpless. When the reality is we can leverage robots, which is what I'll spend some time talking about. So robots have changed agriculture. It's changed the way we make cars. So what we've done is incorporated them into the solid waste business. How many people have been to a material recovery facility or a MRF? So a couple of things that they all have in common. Number one is a help wanted sign. Because the reality is you can't keep people in these facilities because it's a dangerous work environment. It's dusty, it's noisy. Anything that comes across the conveyor belt wants to take your finger off. It's a tetanus shot waiting to happen. These are dangerous work environments, and the skill set is repetitive. So that is a perfect application for robots to be introduced into this field. So on average, a material recovery facility that's staffed by humans, a human can perform between 30 and 33 picks per minute. That's kind of the average, with an efficacy rate in the maybe high 60%. So robots come in and they beat the pants out of their human competitor. Robots perform between 65 and 70 picks per minute, and in the high 90 percentile for recovery rate. So basically what this means is you've reduced one of the most expensive line items in a MRF, which is labor, and you've increased your revenue because the purity of your product. Recycling at the end of the day is a business, so we all understand that, right? There has to be a buyer for that commodity, or it's just not recyclable. It's going to end up in a landfill. So when you're able to produce bales of material that have a 97, 98% purity rate, that has a high value in the marketplace. So these robots are specifically designed, and I'll show you kind of one in action to be able to take material off a conveyor belt. But at the end of the day, it also provides a tremendous amount of data. It'll actually tell you with precision how much material went through that facility, because what's happening is there's a camera that's capturing all of the image of all the material that comes across. So this is what you and I would see if we were looking down onto the conveyor belt. Is any of that discernible? Maybe? Maybe you see that plastic water bottle there in the middle. But this is what the robot sees. So the robot very quickly can make some decisions on what it sees, what material it is, where it is on the belt, and then it'll send a signal to the robotic arm to pick up that material. So this is what it looks like in action. So the robot, in this case, is doing quality control, but I'll show you kind of the front end of the system here in a minute. And the robot is coming through, and it's been programmed to prioritize material with the highest value. So if for some reason you wanted high-density polyethylene because it was selling, for high commodity value, you would program that robot to only pick high-density polyethylene, and then secondarily maybe pick out aluminum cans or whatever the case may be. So this particular unit works off of a suction cup, and it's able to quickly determine what the material is, where it is on the belt, deploy the robotic arm, and put the material into the correct corresponding bin. So when these robots were first introduced, they could only characterize materials into 8 different categories. That was the limit. Today, because they're machine learning robots, which I'll explain that in a minute, they're able to categorize waste into 50 different categories. So again, you get that granularity, which is what makes these systems so economically viable. So with this particular technology, we can reduce labor, provide a safer work environment, use the same staff, but now they become more technicians than people handling whatever you decided to throw out last night. So it becomes a safer work environment, and these facilities become more profitable. So the reason that I nerd out on this stuff, and Joe mentioned this earlier, so I'm a renewable energy evangelist. I've had solar on my house for about 11, 12 years at this point. But the reality is, these are what we call intermittent. Solar and wind are all based on whatever the weather's doing. So when you're trying to meet what we call baseload power, which is I'm going to flip a switch and I'm expecting something to happen, there's really only 3 renewable technologies that are available. So you have geothermal, hydro, and you have biomass. And the reason that I have such an affinity towards biomass is because it is the most versatile of all of these fuels. So you can produce heat. You can produce electricity, right? You can put it in a fuel cell, in a combined heat and power system. You could produce renewable natural gas, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. The Air Force has this under contract right now to produce a sustainable aviation fuel from garbage. A lot of what I did in my career was to be able to use alternative materials to leverage these technologies. So I'll give you a quick example. We were building lithium-ion batteries, and this is about maybe 8 or 9 years ago, before they became so prevalent. The raw materials were expensive to source, but we studied it at the molecular level, and we found out that you can replace, so a battery has an anode and a cathode, and you can replace the lithium with coffee grounds, like for real. So your tax dollars at work, we developed battery technology from coffee grounds. And it's because we spent 90% of the time thinking about the solution, or I'm sorry, the other way around, 90% of the time thinking about the problem, and 10% of the time thinking about the solution. So if we think about food waste as a country, its carbon footprint would be the 3rd largest in the world, right behind China and right behind the United States. Because as garbage decomposes in a landfill, I'm laughing because everybody's eating while I'm talking about garbage decomposing in a landfill. But you asked for this. You invited me. This is what you get. A good bit of this material, 20 to 30, kind of depends. There's regional influences on how much of the material is made up of food waste, but as food decomposes in a landfill, it releases methane. Landfills are the third largest single point source of greenhouse gas emissions. And I'll give you some other fun facts. So if you see this map, it was really interesting because I had never seen it contextualized like this. But some interesting things jump out at me. Again, I'm an energy nerd, so I kind of look at some of these problems a little differently. But a garbage truck weighs as much as 33 cars. So what is this doing to your road system? As all of this waste is just moving around, up and down, left and right, what is it doing to your road network? The other thing is, what's the fuel efficiency of a garbage truck? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to guess? It's less than 3 miles per gallon. How many miles does a garbage truck travel in a day? 500. Think about the carbon emissions associated with that. See, this is what a lot of people don't think about. They think about the capacity at the landfill, they look at that tip fee, they look at the life cycle, and I got news for you. When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, because a lot of it was flood related, 12 years off of their landfill was gone in a week. So for those of you elected officials tasked with that, just, you know, you're Hurricane Katrina away from a real problem. The reality is we really need to spend more time focusing on waste reduction, and I can give you some solutions as we kind of talk through this a little bit. But I want to make this come home for you to understand that it's not just about the garbage that we produce, and it's not just about what we're putting into the landfill, but it's what we're doing to the environment that we all depend on, right? It doesn't matter where we live or how we vote or what our favorite show is on Netflix. The Watcher is really good, by the way, if you haven't seen it. But the reality is we all breathe the same air for the most part, right? And these are all impacts that we're having on the environment. So without being so doom and gloomish, let me kind of leave you with some hope, if you will. So organic waste has the ability to power a lot of our infrastructure. So this right here was once garbage from the great state of Tennessee that has been put through a process, so it's completely sterile. We've hydrolyzed it, if you will, which means I can touch it, you know, it doesn't smell great. Funny story trying to get it through TSA, by the way, but I'll tell you that during one of the breaks. But the reality is, this is a battery. This can be stored and used for linear transportation. We can put it in an anaerobic digester, and all we're doing in an anaerobic digester, when you do it correctly, you don't open windrows. There was a company that had a project that went south in Orlando, and I'm not going to embarrass them because I don't want to embarrass Harvest Power, but they did really just a terrible, terrible job. The reality is you need to control the environment when you're decomposing this material, clean up that waste stream, remove some of the VOCs and the siloxanes to get to that 96% biomethane. And when you do that, you can put it into your linear transportation. This is not science fiction. There are communities all around the world that are powering their garbage fleet with yesterday's garbage. So it's pretty amazing. So, and it produces RECs, renewable energy credits. So in the federal government, garbage, waste to energy is defined as renewable, and it should be, right? It's plentiful, it's clean, it reduces emissions at the landfill, which is, I think, where Joe was going with that presentation, which was great, by the way. I don't know, where's Joe? Is he still here? Oh, go. Good job, Joe. So when we start looking at it from a community resiliency perspective, the military came back and said, hey, we want to be able to power the mission with garbage. We want to be able to produce a microgrid around some of the critical infrastructure on the base so that we have redundancy for wastewater treatment plants, special tactics buildings, hospitals, all of that critical infrastructure could be powered, again, with garbage, which is part of the exciting part. When you think about a military installation, other than the security perimeter, it has all the same challenges that cities do. Traffic, energy, wastewater, solid waste, all the same issues. So this could be a possibility to be able to use what you no longer wanted in your life to be able to power your cities, your hospitals, your critical infrastructure. So that's all I prepared. I have lots of dad jokes if you want to hear some, but I'd rather take some questions. Do we have time for questions?
Yes, and hold on.
Yes, we can take about 10 minutes of questions till 12:45. So does anybody have any questions? Come on up to one of the microphones.
So, and then while we're waiting on a question, I just kind of want to leave you with this, this thought, because in my experience, a lot of communities, especially our elected officials, they feel like they have two levers of government, right? We have to either cut services or raise taxes. That's always the, you got to balance the budget, so you got to cut services or raise taxes. When the reality is you can leverage innovation, public-private partnerships, and there's ways to meet that same objective without those two levers. So, anyway, you had a question.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Very interesting. What would be the cost or investment for like a full-scale anaerobic digestion plant?
Nothing.
Here?
Nothing. So these are all built on waste avoidance. So I'll give you a perfect example. The Air Force came to us and said, hey, we're spending $5.5 million to get rid of our garbage. If we gave you $5.5 million in a 10-year contract, can you finance this whole thing? And the answer is yeah. We call it recycling as a service. So the goal is there's no increase because you're already programming that money. Solid waste is what we call a must-pay bill, right? So landfills currently, along with incinerators, are critical infrastructure. How many days can you go without power? Maybe 0, 2, 3, I don't know. Water, maybe 1. How many days can you live with your garbage piling up in your driveway? Critical infrastructure. But the reality is public-private partnerships, I believe, are the solution to this problem. Rather than dedicating more taxpayer dollars on top of it, I think there are some real strategies that can be delivered through public-private partnerships. And now with this Investment Inflation Reduction Act, it's a total game changer. I mean, total game changer. The solar and wind industry has benefited from this 30% investment tax credit for about a decade, and now this industry will benefit from it as well. And if the equipment is made in America, it's another 10%. So food for thought. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I have actually two questions for you, and they're going different directions. But you mentioned it would take 77 years to pay back the investment. And I don't know what numbers went into that, what was factored in. Because often we forget to do a cost-benefit analysis that includes our impact on the environment and a number of other things. So if you could speak a little bit more about that. Yeah. And then the other question has to do with the grid. And what does it take to establish that grid? Is that like our electric grid and that's what you are using? Or is there a different grid that needs to be established, and what's the cost of that different grid?
Let me take the first one first, if you don't mind. So just to clarify, the plasma gasification technology, which is the first technology that I had mentioned, that's what we were using in combat zones. Because you have to generate so much energy to be able to produce that 10,000 Celsius environment inside of that crucible, it's hellaciously expensive. It is not practical. We did the life cycle cost analysis based on the avoided cost, how much was the Air Force paying for tip fees over the 18 years that the equipment was going to be reliable for, and then we put a 2% escalator in there. So that's where we came out with this ridiculous number. the point of that whole plasma gasification talk is just to let you know that there are technologies out there, but some of them are just not practical. What the second part of my presentation was really focused around creating technology that can process organic waste into anaerobic digestion. Totally different economics, totally different. That ROI is measured in single digits. The second question you asked about the grid, so our grid is very antiquated, right? Because it's designed to produce a kilowatt hour in some faraway power plant and then push it through a series of transmission and distribution systems to get to that point of use. It's not a bidirectional grid, which is what's happening now because renewables are coming online, electric vehicles are coming online. The grid is very antiquated. This whole concept of this microgrid is basically decentralized power. So if you think about the power plant out in the hinterlands that's producing power to your home, as an example, this is power that's generated at your home, whether it's on your roof, in your community, et cetera. So we're going away from the centralized grid to a decentralized. And that's the whole concept that's contemplated here because of the fact that we do have such an aging infrastructure. And our grid, in many cases, is failing. You know, I always say you're one tree branch away from a power outage. But if you're generating power in your community, it's much more localized. If you're generating power on your rooftop, it's even much more localized than that.
Hi, Dave. It's Susan Glickman, and now you know why I have a really good excuse for not being at your conference, right?
Hi, Susan.
Could you speak to the financial opportunities with the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act for some of these efficiencies, particularly the microgrid piece?
I'm going to try, but I'm just a scientist. I'm not an accountant. But the way it was explained to me by somebody who is an accountant is, let's talk about the Inflation Reduction Act for just a minute. So you have an investment tax credit. So if you were putting solar on your house and it was $30,000, you're going to get 30% federal tax credit back on that system. Now, these types of technologies are qualifying for that. Microgrids are qualifying for that. Then there's two other added benefits. So you're at 30%. So think about your project costs. Now you're at 30% less than that. If the equipment is made in America, because that's the big push of this administration, now that's another 10%. So now your project is literally 40% less expensive. Then there's another, what we call adder. The other adder is if you live in what they call an energy community. And this is getting more towards the equity, environmental justice component. So if you live in what they call a frontline community, maybe you're across the road from a chemical plant, or you're in a community, let's say you're in West Virginia and you used to rely on the coal plant for jobs, and now there's no more coal. Those are communities that can have an additional 10%. So you don't need to be a math major to know that 30% plus 10% plus 10%, you're at about half your project cost. That's what I'm saying. It's such a game changer. We can probably talk a little bit more offline. But some of these new pieces of legislation that have passed, total game changers. Thank you. Another question? Because I could talk trash for hours. We good?
Okay, now that we've all had lunch, well, our next speaker, I think some of you that attended the BioSolid conference that we did in 2018, you will remember that this gentleman's father was one of the speakers of that conference. And so our next speaker is going to be Stanley Janicki. While he's coming up, though, I do want to have a point of reference in the room. I do want to recognize Luck from Jimmy Petronis's office, the CFO of the state of Florida. He's been attending some of the regional council meetings, and he's also been going to a couple of the counties and attending some city and county meetings as well. So I want to recognize Luck, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Loading. Sorry about that, guys.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. It's exciting to be back. I know it's been a few years since we last kind of shared what we're working on. Lots of progress since the last time we shared. So hopefully I can kind of articulate how we can really take Florida to the next generation of biosolids and enable the complete reduction of land application of biosolids, reduce the landfilling of biosolids, produce renewable energy, and produce climate-smart precision fertilizers that farmers in the agricultural community in Florida can leverage. So first, I'm going to show you just some background on our company. I know some of you may be familiar with us, but I want to take a step back and understand how we got into the world of waste and wastewater. And then we'll jump into what the technology we've developed is. And then we can talk about how we can actually deploy it into Florida. So as she mentioned earlier, so I'm actually the son of the founder of our company, but we're actually a spin-off of an aerospace company that my father founded in the early 1990s. Large-scale parts and tooling company for basically every aerospace company. We're prime on the B-21 bomber, we're prime on the Joint Strike Fighter, work extensively with Blue Origin and the other space companies actually here in Florida, very extensively. In 2014, we actually spun off Cedron Technologies to focus on water and wastewater after some initial funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So there's a great video of Bill Gates drinking the poop water. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It's a great video. So anyways, we worked with the foundation for years, developing the initial parts of this technology that really is where we're at now. Just some cool history on Janicki Industries. There's some of the cool projects that they've done over the years. I like this one. Janicki wins, Boeing loses in the B-21 bomber. Sorry, little dig at Boeing there. So at Cedron, we have a phenomenal engineering team, a real focus on science-based solutions to problems. Really, really strong, great engineering team. Now I want to jump into what are problems that Florida's facing in water, biosolids, and other issues. The tremendous population growth of Florida has resulted in many wastewater treatment plants increasing their nutrient loading of that plant, making it more difficult to get the nutrients out of the plant, causing further issues, such as the quality of their biosolids, where the biosolids go. Currently, a third of Florida's 1.7 million tons of wet biosolids go into landfills. Another third are land applied to incredible deleterious impact in the environment, such as nutrient pollution from the land application of biosolids. And the last is the carbon footprint, not just of water and wastewater, but the other industries in Florida, cement production, general energy production, all causing tremendous carbon impact. And as they mentioned earlier, the methane emissions out of landfills from putting the biosolids in the landfills. All of these are things that are very solvable with the right tools and technologies, which is really where our VARCOR system steps in. So this is a system here. This is one that's running on a large-scale dairy in northwestern Indiana, processing the waste from 4,000 cows. And I'll walk you through what it does at a high level. It takes in a liquid waste stream. We're not going to get into too many details of like the actual technical part of it, but imagine a liquid waste stream. And we separated, this liquid waste stream can contain suspended, dissolved solids, nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, ammoniacal nitrogen, plant-available nitrogen. We can take that waste stream and we can split it into three pieces. Dry, solid product, a solution of low boiling point constituents such as ammonia, and then crystal clear, clean water. And this is done through an extremely efficient thermal evaporation process known as mechanical vapor recompression. This is the same process that's used in desalination plants and condensed milk factories. It's used to recycle propylene glycol at airports as well, which is de-icing fluid. But when I say distillation or evaporation of waste streams, people are often, rightfully so, concerned with the energy consumption. But this process is incredibly efficient. Here's the VARCOR compared with traditional evaporative technologies. It's 30 times more efficient than conventional evaporation. And this is all based on empirical data out of our systems in the Midwest. So I want to walk through now, why is distillation such a sledgehammer? I know I was talking about dad jokes earlier, but it's biosolids, a sledgehammer. Sorry, it's a terrible dad joke, guys. Perfect, I knew somebody would like it. Normal separation technologies in the biosolid space oftentimes use chemicals, polymers, flocculants, mechanical dewatering systems. The problem with that is you can't have guaranteed efficacy of the removal of these various constituent components because there's a certain level of heterogeneity to these streams that makes it so these chemicals don't work on every biosolid. But with distillation, Imagine, don't do this, but imagine, I know we were talking about lunch-related conversation earlier, but take a bucket of biosolids and put it on your stove and turn the heat up. Don't do that, but metaphorically think about that. Eventually, all that's going to be left in those biosolids are the solid products that were in there. Whether they were suspended or dissolved solids, they will precipitate out in that stove. And what will evaporate out is the ammonia, the water, the odors, the VOCs, all of these will come out. And the way we approach it is you can then take those things that evaporate, just like they distill out alcohol in alcohol distilleries, you can distill out everything separately, which is what we do in our process, to enable us to recover that ammonia, which is a phenomenal product. People will often say, hey, I looked at biosolid separation technology A, B, or C, and it has recovery efficiencies of X, Y, and Z. How do you compare? And oftentimes we'll just respond with, what components do you have, and what's their evaporation temperature? And I can just put it in a table and show you where it will end up. And again, there's three main products that come out of our core system. Clean water. This is very clean, crystal clear water. For those familiar with how wastewater treatment plants run, this would be in lieu of your pressate or your centrate product. It's an incredibly clean product. Dry solids, this is a class AA biosolid in a biosolid setting. And of note, it's a dry AA biosolid, so it's a high energy content product, similar to coal. And then this is plant available, concentrated ammonia nitrogen fertilizer. This is a phenomenally exciting product because it's displacing the production of fossil fuel derived nitrogen fertilizers. Most people don't realize this, but 3% of worldwide greenhouse gas emissions go towards the production of ammonia fertilizer. This can displace the production of that. And this product in conventional wastewater treatment plant settings is volatilized into the atmosphere through an energy-intensive process known as nitrification, denitrification. So we can recover this and reduce the nutrient loading on those plants and then displace the production of fossil fuel-derived nitrogen fertilizer. This is a cool product. Now, since we actually last spoke back in 2018, we've made a ton of progress, and I just want to show you some of that progress. We were sort of an ephemeral idea when we first started speaking about it, and now there's concrete installations that we can see here. Again, they're not concrete because there's concrete, but I just realized that was another dad joke. Sorry. So this is a VARCOR system that's on a dairy in northwestern Indiana. In this site, we actually monetize those nutrients to achieve a return on this investment. This is a system actually processing rum waste from a distillery in the US Virgin Islands, a large-scale rum distillery. Again, when I spoke of the different waste streams that a VARCOR can process, there's dairy waste and now rum waste, two very different products that are easily processed. In this system, though, the product that's made not ammonia, it's actually alcohol. So it's the only product we've ever worked on where the engineers wanted to drink what came out of it. This is a regional biosolids processing facility in Washington State. This was permitted as a Class AEQ biosolids, which is what Washington refers to as a Class AA product. This is a phenomenal facility, and it's operating, actually turning it on this week. So first off, I encourage people, if there's anyone who wants to see this site up close, it's a 150,000 ton per year regional septogen biosolids processing facility, producing that renewable nitrogen fertilizer and removing nutrient loading from the Puget Sound region. And this system, actually, we just started construction a few weeks back, is a 20,000 cow processing facility. It processes away some 20,000 cows, producing millions of gallons a year of renewable fertilizer and tens of thousands of tons of renewable solid fertilizer. Now I want to talk just really quickly about implementation. How does this actually fit into the wider story? And then what are the actual concrete benefits? So a VARCOR, for those who are familiar with how wastewater treatment plants kind of go together, replaces conventional dewatering systems, drying systems, and side stream nitrogen and phosphorus removal systems in a single step. And of course, it does that without any processed chemicals or polymers or flocculants. So if you talk to your people in the wastewater treatment plant space and say, hey, I can get rid of polymers and flocculants from your wastewater treatment plant, they'd probably appreciate that. I'm not going to spend too much time on the actual graphics of how it goes into a wastewater treatment plant, but it replaces all of those systems and makes it so that there's this recirc loop that I just want to touch really quickly on this. In a conventional wastewater treatment plant, whether you have an anaerobic digester in the plant or not, basically, eventually the biosolids get to a place where they get dewatered, which is they go through a centrifuge or through a press or some sort of mechanical apparatus. That system takes the majority of the solids and makes it into like a sludge cake, almost like a jello. But then there's a water that's pressed out of that. That water contains the majority of the ammoniacal nitrogen, the plant available nitrogen in that product, and that's then sent back to the front of the wastewater treatment plant. that tends to be 40%, up to 40% of the nutrient loading on the plant. So when you look at these plants that have massive population growth in their region, by removing that stream, you're essentially increasing the capacity of your wastewater treatment plant by 40%. Instead of having to make your plant 40% bigger, you just eliminate that stream. That's actually based on real numbers we saw in plants in Seattle. So it's a very, very cool process to be able to remove that loading from a plant. Now I want to take a quick step back. I opened this up by saying how we could also produce renewable energy. I haven't touched on that yet, and I want to jump into that now. Part of Florida's massive population growth and boom out of this post-COVID economy is a building boom. Buildings take concrete. Concrete, the way that it's made, actually the cement in the concrete, they actually take coal, just like low-grade coal, and they combust it to and heat up the various ingredients for concrete to over 1,000 centigrade to make the product. It's one of the most energy-intensive processes in actually building a building. 7% of worldwide greenhouse gas emissions are from cement kilns. Florida actually has nine very large cement kilns. As I mentioned earlier, and I alluded to, biosolids. The biosolids out of Avarcor are from an energy standpoint similar to coal. So you can take those biosolids, we're actually investigating this in several other states, and tremendous amount of evidence out of actually Denmark and Australia on running cement kilns on biosolids, not coal. So your buildings, the ingredients for your buildings can now have a carbon negative fuel source. As we mentioned before, when things go into the landfill, it produces methane. One of the #1 drivers of methane in landfills is biosolids because they're nutrient rich, they're wet, and they're full of carbon. So by removing them from going into a landfill, you can produce a renewable fuel. Florida also is unique in that it has the largest number of biomass boilers of any state in the United States. So it already has the existing infrastructure to combust these products and produce renewable energy. And again, in that combustion process, you can actually solve your PFAS issues as well. I know this is a major thing that's coming up, is this concept of forever chemicals. Those chemicals are destroyed in the combustion process. So the key takeaways that I want to leave you all with is that Florida can get to a place in solving nutrient pollution, in solving methane emissions from landfills, in solving its wider issues on land application of biosolids by producing a Class A biosolid, producing renewable nitrogen fertilizer, combusting those biosolids to produce renewable energy, and this gives a complete solution to all of those issues, while also giving farmers, the agricultural community, low-cost, plant-available, precision nitrogen fertilizer sources. Thank you guys so much, and I've actually prepared a QR code for a little more information if you guys want to see it. So.
Absolutely. If anybody has any questions, come up to either one of these microphones and fire away.
That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about scale and is there a minimum size that your process can manage, and is there a maximum scale? Like in terms of how big does a wastewater plant need to be to have one of these, and how big can a wastewater plant be for one of these units?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a wonderful question. You'll see that, so I'm going to just read back the question really quickly, is the idea of what scales is Avarcor applicable at? And I'll actually show you, it's a great question. So basically it ends up being certain specifics on financials, but technically and financially we see it's viable across almost all the scales. This system here, it's in the U.S. Virgin Islands on a rum distillery, would correspond to about a 0.7 MGD plant, which is a small wastewater treatment plant. And this system here in Indiana that's under construction now would be a 100 MGD wastewater treatment plant. So it's applicable to essentially all wastewater treatment plants. And let's say we were to go to one of Miami-Dade's massive plants, we just put 2 of these systems there, right? Or however many they would need. Something that I think really quickly, actually, as you mentioned that, this product, this ammonia product, just to give you a quick scale, I did some math ahead of time, is also a revenue source. So in a plant the size of Miami-Dade, this is like a $10 million a year revenue. So it's tremendously valuable as a product. Sorry, more questions, or if there are some. No, I'm just saying as an example of from a scale standpoint. We don't yet have any, so the question was, do we have any in Florida? And we don't yet. but it's actually one of the reasons I'm here, and also it's a major state that we're very excited about. We're working extensively with the dairy industry in Florida because there's really three major lines of business that we're in. One is agricultural waste processing, the second is municipal waste processing, and the third is industrial, which is like that U.S. Virgin Islands rum distillery. And dairy is a large industry in Florida, and from a water standpoint, it's very useful to be able to recycle the water and solve the nutrient pollution issues. Yeah, so horse manure is actually kind of like a dry product. It's not a particularly applicable product for us, but we investigated actually fairly extensively in Wellington. Yeah, yeah.
If you have questions, please go to the mic.
I have a quick question while she's coming up. If I missed it, I apologize. Did you say anything about endocrine disruptors? And given that you're making drinking water, is there anything in the process that deactivates? I've worked with iron-6 ferrate to deactivate endocrine disruptors, and I didn't hear anything about that.
So we're not, generally we don't make actually a drinking water product because drinking water is so cheap.
You just wanted Bill Gates to drink it? No.
So that was actually a slightly different technology. So in that there was a process. If we actually want to take it to drinkable water standards, there's just an extra step we put at the final bit of it.
Okay, we'll talk about
Oh
that.
yeah, absolutely. I think I had another question.
Please come to the mic.
Any other questions? I think we have running out close on our time, so.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thank you guys so much.
It sounds like you're going to hear from a couple counties. Our next speaker is Ramona Carey. He's not a stranger in the room. He is coming up, and many of you know him because he's a solid waste authority with Palm Beach County. And he has somebody with him, Michael. That's okay.
How do you close this thing and go on to the next one?
It's not seeing the
It's not sensitive.
No, there you go.
I was just on the screen. Oh, thank you very much. All right, good afternoon. My name is Ramona Carey. I'm the Chief Engineer of Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County. There you go. That's it. So Mike and I will be presenting on recycling, and it's not as exciting as plasma arc or biosolids management. So if you go for a second cup of coffee or so, I fully understand. So we use the terms of recovered materials and recyclable materials. I just want to provide the definition, before Mike takes over and does his slides, and then I'll jump in and do my part here. So there are two different terms here, recovered materials and recycled materials. So Chapter 62701 FAS, Florida Administrative Code, it defines recovered materials as materials that can be recycled, source separated, and can be reused and recycled. And recyclable material is something that could be recycled, it has the potential, but it's not source separated. So that's a big definition here, and people use that interchangeably, and I just want to put that out there. And Mike's going to present his slides, and then I'm going to be presenting a comparison between single stream and dual stream.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And one of the things that we're going to do a little differently, I think, as opposed to presenting a particular solution, is that we're going to speak in general terms around recycling and the role it plays in the circular economy, and then frankly ask questions of you all as policymakers as to where you would want your counties to invest their time and energy, whether it's on the practical side, actually implementing directly, or working on legislation that will encourage the private sector to change the way it works. Because frankly, that's what we're talking about here, is what can we do as counties from the policymaker standpoint, and then from those of us who execute those policies to make changes in our local economy so that we have a sustainable community to work with. And you've seen the circular economy mentioned a number of times. I happen to like this butterfly slide quite a bit. And that's what they refer to it as, because it really sort of helps understand how large the economy around recycling and frankly waste is. And if you say waste, you've kind of already determined that you're going to get rid of something. If you think of it as a resource and how best to take advantage of those resources, then you really change the mindset around what you're going to do with the material. On the, oh, thank you. Did I hear clap? So on the, thank you. So on the right side, you look at what most of us would think of as durable goods, harder goods, things that don't immediately go back, let's say, into the soil if we could recapture it. And if you kind of look at the bottom and look at the consumer there, the first thing it says is share, right? We talk about reducing, reusing, and recycling. Well, the first thing we need to sort of keep in mind is that a lot of the things we throw out work perfectly well, we just don't want them anymore, right? So I'll give you an example that came up. My wife and I are getting older, and we now need a bicycle in the house to do a little exercise. That bicycle came with a set of tools of which I probably have 3 or 4 in the garage. Almost every product we get nowadays is to be assembled at the house. So I now have an extra wrench that I will likely never use, but someone else can. So how do we, as people in government, help either change the policies that lead to how companies assemble their products, design them, think about them in the long term? How then do we help people share those products? If I don't need it, can I go somewhere and drop off 5 sets of tools that someone else could pick up for free, and then no longer need to buy additional tools at Home Depot? Home Depot may not want that, but we're thinking about the long term of how we design our products for the end of its life. Then the cycle kind of continues, right? So once you no longer share it, can you at least maintain it and fix it so it works again? In another slide, we'll talk a little bit about the right to repair. But oftentimes, our products in the United States are designed so that once it no longer works, even if it's just a little switch, we throw it away. At best, we take it back to the Apple store and have them fix it or take it away somewhere else. We don't fix it ourselves anymore, right? We don't fix our vehicles anymore. We don't fix computers. We don't fix the dishwasher, right? But we probably need to think that way. And then as you move throughout the cycle, you'll see that recycling, frankly, is almost the last thing that you would want to do with it, because now it's a much more expensive process for that material. On the left side, what we're talking about really is some of what we already saw. Biosolids, replenishing the soil that we have so that we're not buying extra fertilizer. How do we use the materials we already have? If you eat an orange, can that peel be used for a different purpose so that it actually replenishes the earth, and then we go ahead and make food with it again? It's all the renewable side of the process. So what's the role of government in this? And this is why I said we were going to ask some questions of you all as well. On the reducing side, you've probably heard about extended producer responsibility. It's an interesting concept. A lot of companies don't like it. Essentially, government forces a company to build all of the costs of the full life cycle of the product on the front end of the product. So if it costs $30 today to sell something, but it's going to cost $50 at the end of its life in order to put it in a landfill or put it in waste to energy, you force the company to essentially sell it for the full price of the lifespan of the product. It changes the economics of it. Here's what it encourages. It encourages companies to design their product differently so it's cheaper for them to sell their product. Because the innovation and the end result of the product, it can happen at the firm. We cannot change how Peloton designs their bicycle. Peloton can change how they design their bicycle. So the goal of this approach
is to push that responsibility on the designer and the producer of the product, so that in the end, the consumer isn't forced to bear the cost through taxes. Just one idea for policymakers to think about. You move on to the reuse side, sharing question. Can we find ways of sharing products that are fixed goods? Composting. It's a very good concept. In an urban environment, it's a very difficult thing to do in practice. You all know how hard it is to site the various different facilities we're talking about. Composting might work in Western Texas or in other places where you can separate it farther away from urban communities. Much harder to do at scale. Nothing wrong with encouraging home composting. I've had home composting at my house, or in communities where they're very comfortable with it. If they're in the south of Miami-Dade County, you've got agricultural areas, Western Palm Beach. There are places where it can work, but at the policy level, at the government level, much harder to do in our urban environments, but something to consider. And then on the recycle side, we already know about goals, materials recovery. Do we want to invest in a MRF? Do we regionally want to invest in a MRF?
What's a MRF?
A materials recovery facility. So one interesting question that the Solid Waste Working Group of Broward County is considering is how to invest regionally on both recycling and waste to energy. Is that conversation also one that should be done with Miami-Dade or with Monroe? Can we look at economies of scale across our jurisdictions to make optimal choices? I say this because the waste business is a economy of scale business. There's a reason why the waste managements of the world are able to do what they do. They are able to leverage massive volumes and make really long-term decisions. Governments tend to look at boundaries, and so we artificially reduce the market we can take advantage of. So if Miami-Dade and Broward and Monroe can speak to each other as one market, for example, then perhaps investing in a MRF makes a lot more sense. A consideration for policymakers to think about. This is the data from the 2020 report from DEP on the recycling of materials in Broward County. The reason I like to pull up this chart is just to give you a sense that when you all think recycling, you generally think recycling at the curb at a single family house. You think of likely your own circumstance. That's only roughly the upper right quadrant of the material. The vast majority of the material, roughly 3/4 to 66% to 75%, is industrial and commercial material, C&D, sometimes of the yard waste, depending on whether or not it's separated and collected, and we'll hear from the Solid Waste Authority on that. But the vast volume of recycled material isn't really collected at the curb at the household. It's very important to engage our residents. It's sort of the one way they really feel that they're connected to it. But the truth is, when we look at achieving the 75% goal, oh, Mike, thanks for arriving right when I'm speaking. My former boss, Michael Fernandez. When we look at reaching those numbers, you only reach those numbers if you're able to figure out what private companies, what industrial companies, what commercial companies are also doing. You don't reach 75% by collecting more plastic bottles at the household. That's not what we're talking about. But when we move on to the Solid Waste Authority, we're going to be very, very focused on the curbside recycling piece, because it's the area we're most knowledgeable about, and I think it's the area we can probably act on from a regional perspective. So, settling on residential. We're all very familiar with the materials. On the edges, we don't necessarily know if the yogurt cup goes in or it doesn't. That's a part of the conversation that we'll hear from Solid Waste about communication, education, and why a regional perspective facilitates getting people comfortable with what goes in the bin and what does not. But the benefits are very clear. I don't think anyone here is going to argue about the benefits of the curbside recycling program, either on the engagement side or the fact that it reduces what comes into our landfills, or the fact that it allows us to take advantage of the materials that are available. I should probably wear my glasses. And I did want to say, it's a lot cheaper to build a MRF and recycle materials than it is to build a waste to energy plant. It doesn't mean it's one or the other, but I think it's an arena that only that I've seen locally, only Palm Beach County has really sort of delved into, because it gives you the perspective of the back end of recycling. Most of us think of recycling as just turning a bottle into, let's say, a park bench. It's really a business. It's a market. And if we as policymakers don't understand the market side, we're only seeing the collection. We only know what it costs to pick it up and send it somewhere. We don't understand the benefit of what you're selling it for and how that may offset some of the costs on the collection side. And I mention this because the Solid Waste Authority does dual stream recycling. It's something that a lot of us went away from in years past, but there's an interesting conversation there around whether or not it's as expensive as you might think. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Thank you, Mike. He's going to be back. He's not done yet. So Florida State's recycling goal. In 2010, the goal was established with 40% going into effect by 2012, and from there on, every year, it bumped up 5%. So it went up to 75% to be achieved by year 2020, and Alana mentioned that. So the state's recycling goal last year, actual average for the state was at 49%. So that's 26% below what the goal was for the state. So DEP is working on a new recycling goal, and again, as Alana mentioned, that goal hasn't sunset yet until the new goal is established. So Palm Beach County's recycling rate, actual rate last year was at 78%. We're second in the state of Florida. So what are the common materials that are collected curbside and marketed? So you see that there, it's paper products, cardboard, aluminum, metal food containers, and plastics 1 through 7, and glass. And we have a domestic market, and before 2013, 2014, China was a big market for us to send the materials, and then things changed, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. And then new markets like Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and India, and Latin American markets. That's the market for us who we sell to. So let's talk about two different systems we have in the state of Florida primarily. The single stream, where you have one bin, you can throw all the recyclables in there, and then it gets sorted later on at the facilities. And the dual stream, which is what Palm Beach County has here with the Solid Waste Authority. And the contamination rates for single stream, it varies anywhere between 20% and 50%. In Palm Beach County, the contamination is less than 10%. And it has a big impact on revenues and markets. This is a term you may have heard about, waste cycling. And I just want to introduce that, if you haven't heard that. It happens a lot in my house, so so putting non-recyclable items in the recycling bin with the hope it'll be recycled. Thank you. So single stream, I just want to talk about the good, bad, and the ugly of single stream recycling. So most of the conversation the decision makers have is the good part. The conversations don't continue onto the bad and the ugly side. Okay, let's start with the good. Single stream, it's efficient in collection, and there are more than 20 counties that converted to single stream since 2015. That's within the state of Florida. And there's definitely an upfront savings in collection costs, which is what you hear all the time. Okay, so taking the conversation further to the bad side. So in 2019, there was a study done within the state of Florida. This is not a nationwide study. This is just state of Florida, single stream. And they found the glass and HDPE contamination up to 45%. And cardboard, just below 1/3 of the cardboard was of good quality that can be marketed. So 2/3, not good. And the newspaper material was 0% that could be marketed. So it went to the landfill or a waste energy plant. That's the bad part. So the ugly side, so what's left over? It's a residue, right? Typically about 40%, which is the contamination and all the rejects. And now you have to handle that and take it to a landfill or a waste energy plant. So that's additional hauling costs. It's additional disposal costs. So in effect, what does it do? It drops the recycling rates. So when you see low recycling rates, it's probably because, they have a single stream system there. And when you send that residue to the landfill, it depletes your landfill capacity. And it also puts a strain on the waste energy plants because a lot more is going to the plant or to the landfill. And additional tipping fees for disposal. And if you're sending it to a plant, it's O&M fees for the waste energy. So end of the day, you have to ask the question, are you really saving the money? So you heard the good part, take the conversation further and see, if the savings have been realized or not. So the big market before 2013 was China. China took about 70% of the plastics that we're shipping from here, which is about 7 million tons per year. And they had a lot of contamination issues. And most of the waste went to their landfills. They were depleting their landfill capacity as opposed to depleting capacity here. And then 2013, they established what's called a green fence, which meant like there was intensive inspections at their ports before they could accept our recyclables. And said like, there needs to be an improvement in quality of inbound material that'll be marketed there. So they set a goal of 2018, and the contamination levels, which is not achievable, 0.5%. How do you go from 40% to 0.5%? That was unrealistic, so they set the goal at 0.5%. So what happened, in 2018, they banned the import of 23 different materials. And after 2016, they're importing less than 1% of what they had before. So SWA's dual stream system, which is what we have here in Palm Beach County, and we have 39 municipalities in all the unincorporated areas in this system. So we process about 100,000 tons a year at our recycling facility, and we have one consistent uniform message for everyone, all the 1.5 million residents of Palm Beach County, and that message is recycled right. So what is recycled right? And obviously we have two bins, the blue bin and the yellow bin. The blue bin gets all the plastic bottles, glass, food containers, and the juice boxes and so on. The yellow bin gets cardboard, newspaper, magazines, and all that paper products. And you see the column in the middle, we also give the residents what not to do. No plastic bags, no foam products, no aluminum pans and baking trays, and no plastic utensils and so on. So we have a clear message here that the residents can look at, and it's one message for the entire county. So overseas markets since 2017, obviously we talk about China. China's down 90%. You're not sending a whole lot of material there, but there are other markets that picked up. India's up 24%, Vietnam 22%, Indonesia 16%. This is on the fiber products, the paper products. And we're also looking at other markets, South America, Mexico, and South Korea. And on the plastics and container side, again, China's down 50%, but there are other markets in that region that picked up, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And we also have other new markets in Ecuador and Brazil. So people always talk about like reduce, reuse, and recycle. This is a picture of our education center next to our renewable energy facility 2. And we also have a new concept, it's called Rethink. And what do we do there to rethink? We want to think outside the recycle bin here. So we all know residential recycling is only a small fraction of the total, as Mike alluded to. So that's, for us, it's about 100,000 tons a year. Palm Beach County gets about 3.2 million tons of waste total. So how do we get to the 78% that we have? There are other things, we looked at. C&D debris, it's huge tonnage. So you have to look at that, so which means it achieves diversion, it puts that material into reuse, and it also increases the recycling rates. Vegetation is another big component. You have to put that into reuse. Again, diverted from the landfill. So with these two, you can easily get more than 1 million tons of recycling. These are the big numbers. So most of the time, people are focused on the 100,000 tons residential. The big numbers are in these two, construction, demolition, debris, and vegetation. And Commissioner Weiss mentioned this morning that SW is also into waste energy ash aggregate recycling. So we have some pilot projects. So we built like roads with ash aggregate and asphalt. approved by DOT and DEP. So we got permits there and approvals from DEP. And we're also into what's called advanced metals recovery. So there's metals recovery at the waste energy plants. We take it one step further, and once we get the ash from the plants, we recover even more metals, and we market that. So that's an additional source of revenue, and there's also an environmental benefit to it. You know, people always talk about like heavy metals and what's left over in ash. When we do the advanced metals recovery, we recover all those metals. The lead, the platinum, even gold, copper, aluminum, all that would be extracted from that process. So you not only get an additional source of revenue, you also get a cleaner product on the ash aggregates. And we can use that for low-strength concrete and asphalt and all those beneficial uses. Education is a big part that we're involved in. We have an education center. It's a LEED Platinum building that we built right next to our waste energy facility number 2. And we have 9,000 school students from Palm Beach County that go through this facility every year. Even during COVID, we had lessons online. There's virtual programs available. You can Google it. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. So we have a ton of material for school students, different levels, starting from K through 12, and even college students. And field trips. We do a lot of field trips for school students and also college students. And 3R Ambassador Program. This is for middle school students. What we do is, we select kids from middle schools who can be ambassadors, and they spend a week during summertime at our facilities. And we have an education team that teaches them the benefits of recycling, conservation, and all those things. And they take the message back to their classroom and share it with their friends and teachers. And we also have another program called Reteach. This is for teachers. So we provide the teachers the materials, and we also provide tours for them, and they spend a week again with our education team, and they take the message back to the school. Community engagement, we're part of Keep Palm Beach County Beautiful, and Paint Your Heart Out, we recycle the paint. So, and we have a team of volunteers who go and paint, houses that need another coat of paint, so that team worked great. And putting materials back into reuse. We work with Resource Depot on that one, so we extend the life of the products. People don't throw it away. And we also have about 20 events per year on Recycle Right and the partnerships. And we also have, this year the board approved $750,000 in blighted grants, so we put that to good use there throughout the county for projects. Partnerships and incentives. Again, as I mentioned, there are 39 municipalities within Palm Beach County that have interlocal agreements. They all have the same agreement. It's the same message on recycling. It's Recycle Right. And there's a commitment to recycling and also a commitment to revenue sharing, which is very important. Because the revenue sharing, we have $10 million that we shared with cities since 2010. The city of Boca Raton, we're here right now, they received $1.4 million to date since 2010 because they sent a good amount of tonnage, recycled tonnage, and we market them and we share the profits with them. And I want to emphasize the market fluctuates. This is something, we have to look at. It's not just like put the material in the bin and it goes away. Yes, it does. But where's the home for the material? How can we market that? Where's the quality? So I just want to emphasize that markets change, but the shared commitment continues with every one of those partners. This is something, and I just want to throw up on the screen. I watch Bloomberg and CNBC every morning, so I track all the prices for commodities. This is aluminum that you see there. So at its peak in March, it was $3,800. And why do I look at it? Because we sell recycled aluminum to markets. So as you can see, today it was at $2,190. That's per ton of aluminum. So we see where the markets are going. And when we set contamination levels, we also look at the markets, where we can send this material to, how much money we can make, revenue projections and so on. So that's why we look at that one. And crude oil, that's another commodity, right? So plastics, it's all petroleum based. So when we sell products, we look at these things and make projections on the revenue. So in summary, my recommendation would be choose a system that works for your community. There's no one strategy that fits all. see what's best for your community, and also align recyclables with markets who buy the products and seek value. And most of the facilities that we build, it's high capital costs, and there's huge collection costs, O&M costs, and disposal costs. So which means like economies of scale, like Mike mentioned, so you need a cohesive approach. You cannot have like 10 different, systems trying to compete with each other and compete with the markets and making 10 different products, right? So it's like one message, one product, one specification, so you get the leverage when you sell these products in the market. And branding, this is very important. As I mentioned, we have one message, which is recycle right. So create the branding and consistent messaging so people hear one message day in, day out. So they know exactly what to do. It takes time, it's not easy. It's changing consumer behavior, right? So it takes a little bit of time, but when they hear the same thing, you reinforce that message, and eventually, you're going to get it right. And also have short-term and long-term goals, because you may be doing something 10 years from now, but what do you do now until you get to your end goal, right? So have both goals. And also that those goals need to be realistic. Again, not to criticize DEP, the 75% goal, when DEP set that goal, there are not a lot of counties who can get there, right? Because, the traditional recycling rate, is 50% most of the time or less. The big counties that have waste-to-energy plants, they get that incentive, so they count that waste-to-energy tonnage on top of the traditional recycling. So they're like upwards of the 50%. But most of the counties that are small, mid-size, it's hard for them to get to that goal. And Mike's going to present the opportunities and challenges.
So what opportunities and challenges face you all as policymakers and those of us who implement? I think the first obvious one is the question of regional investment in infrastructure. And as we heard, recycling is a business, right? And when we think of it within jurisdictional boundaries and we only partner with privates, we essentially cede the business side to the privates. We're only looking at minimizing collection costs and processing costs. It means we have to understand it, and we need to consider which kind of programs work. But if we think of ourselves across jurisdictional boundaries, if we group ourselves as a region, then we begin to get economies of scale that we wouldn't otherwise have. And if we choose to, for example, work with the private sector and encourage their investment in expansion of, let's say, plants to recycle, or to expand what they're willing to recycle or able to recycle, or if we invest ourselves to do it as governments, either way, we have to understand that we are getting engaged in the marketplace, right? It's not simply something that goes away. So we have to either build the capacity internally and treat it as a business, invest in the human capital necessary, or work with the private sector. But either way, I think this conference and our conversation across jurisdictional boundaries gives us an opportunity to work in the marketplace at a scale that otherwise we would not be able to do. And it's certainly something that we would encourage everyone here to consider. Obviously, consensus, jurisdictional authority, and then the front-end capital costs are all challenges, but they're challenges that we face all the time regardless. And this is an area that we think merits that kind of conversation. And then the other thing I think that is beneficial and that we've spoken to is the fact that if you regionalize your program and you don't have, let's say, 7 different cities with 7 different recycling programs, you're able to have a standard message from an educational standpoint, incorporated in the public schools as they do at the Solid Waste Authority. People begin to understand it. You can then standardize what's required of all of the hauling vehicles that pick up the material. They know where they're going to go. You know how to design the MRF or encourage the design of the MRF. You know what kind of robotics you might need because you know what materials you're going to process, because you know what the market bears and what's going to make the most money. And then you're able to develop those relationships and sell the product in a rational way. Obviously, the long-term benefit isn't just making people happy. It's the fact that what we're doing is we're providing a beneficial reuse for the material that otherwise would likely go either to the waste-to-energy plant or to a landfill,
which also has the downstream benefit of now the plant can take other material it otherwise couldn't. Because all of us that have a waste energy plant know that there's more waste than goes to the plant. None of our plants aren't at capacity. Well, perhaps you might have, because you have two, right? So, but you're going to get there, because your plan knows that you're going to get there. You're about to be there. So, I think there's certainly room for recycling to have not just a feel-good benefit, but an actual material benefit on our entire solid waste system. And we would encourage you all to think from a regional perspective, not only for the benefits to the system, but for the ability to communicate clearly and concisely with our residents and bring them along on the journey. Thank you very much.
Hi, Renee. Okay, I had a couple very quick questions, one a little longer. I'll tell you what all of them are, and then you can answer all of them. First, when you said vegetation recycling, I'm not sure how that's done. Is that waste to energy? The second is when you're talking regional, we heard earlier that the gas mileage for garbage trucks is like 10 gallons to the mile or something. I know it was 3 miles to the gallon, but I was making a point. With that inefficiency, can you do a regional recycling, or do you lose the benefit because of the inefficiency of the garbage truck? And then the last question I wanted to ask is, can you elaborate a little, because we know waste to energy and we know recycling, unfortunately, are more expensive than landfill. I think everybody, by virtue of being here, knows how critical they are, but there's a lot of elected officials that aren't here. How do you educate the elected officials, or how do we collectively educate the elected officials that even if it's more expensive, you have to do it?
Okay, I'll answer the first one, the vegetation. Palm Beach County, we process about 250,000 tons per year at Renewable Energy Facility 2. So we generate about 400,000 tons a year of vegetation. The rest goes off-site for processing and to be reused, whether it's like as mulch or in agriculture areas, land applications. So, I mean, there are a variety of beneficial uses. So that's what happens, on the 400,000 tons. I don't know about Broward County. Do you have any numbers?
I would defer, I don't.
Okay, so I mean, that's typically what happens, so we have capacity, but again, we built the plant and designed the plant for 1 million tons. And so the growth of Palm Beach County, eventually that vegetation is going to decrease to zero, and pretty much all of it may go off-site. So right now, it's 75% garbage and 25% capacity is used by vegetation, and the rest of the vegetation goes off-site. And your second question is about capital costs, right?
Second question was because inefficiency in garbage trucks.
Right. So we have a transfer system in Palm Beach County. We have Palm Beach County is the biggest county in terms of geographic area, 2,200 square miles in the state of Florida, right? And it's the biggest county. So, which means we cannot have these little collection trucks going all around. So for two reasons. One, it would be traffic. There'll be a lot of congestion. And second, it increases the carbon footprint. So we built these transfer stations, 6 of them at strategic locations within the county. So we consolidate 6 of those collection trucks into one tractor trailer. So we did our part in reducing the footprint, carbon footprint, and it's also efficient in transporting the waste from different locations. We have waste that goes from Belglade all the way to our main campus there on 45th Street and Jog. So that's what we did.
And that's true of how most waste is handled, regardless, not just the recycling side, you use transfer stations. But I also think that the conversation around regionalism doesn't mean that you're going to take a plastic bottle from Key West and bring it all the way up to Pembroke Pines to Reuters, right? I think the idea is that if we're able to speak to each other across jurisdictional boundaries, that we kind of site locations to handle the geography and the volume of the material collectively, right? So if there's sufficient demand, could there be one in southern Miami-Dade County that handles waste coming up from Monroe, as well as the bulk of what's happening in Miami-Dade, and maybe the northern Miami-Dade material and the Broward material would go to a facility sited somewhere in Broward. But
it makes a lot of sense to have those conversations collectively, because the privates certainly do it, right? They make that decision on their own. They don't have to ask us. There's a reason why there's one out in Western Pembroke Pines. I think we can have those conversations to include that exact kind of thought process around where it makes sense, how it gets financed, et cetera. The Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach was able to do it. They're in a unique place. It'll be very hard to ever find someone else who can become what they are because of the way they were structured. But the thinking that they went through is the same kind of thinking we should go through. We're just going to have to work through some of the traditional challenges of being governments. But it's a good point. The one thing I would like to mention, although there's a question of total cost of ownership, electric vehicles are beginning to enter into the solid waste space. I worked very hard, though I wasn't around. Where's Mike? Mike. So Miami-Dade County now has its first electric waste collection vehicle. It's being powered by the electricity generated at their waste-to-energy plant. So the garbage they collect fuels the vehicle that picks up the garbage. That's a beautiful closed loop that we should all be considering. And if that continues and batteries get more efficient, then why wouldn't we want to pick up our recycling with an electric vehicle that goes to a processing plant where it can be fueled by a waste-to-energy plant where the garbage is, but then the recycling gets processed with zero emissions at the tailpipe. So I do think technology is on its way that just makes a lot of these ideas even better as opposed to more challenging. And I think we missed perhaps your third question.
Since I keep telling people to go to the mic, last one was recycling waste to energy is more expensive. I think we have to do it. How do we convince the elected officials that are in here today that just want the lowest, reasonably want the lowest taxes for their constituents, and it's cheaper to landfill, but not sustainable?
Right. So you have to factor in the cost, right? Let's say, you've depleted the capacity you have locally. So where is it going? It's going to go 100 miles, 150 miles out of South Florida, somewhere to Central Florida, right? So, and fuel prices are increasing, labor costs are increasing. So you have to factor in all that, and do a comparison. And I would say, in my opinion, waste to energy is a very good option, and we all have to look at it. And the authority is also preparing a master plan that we presented, so we're taking the next steps. We presented to the board last year. So it's a great option, so you have to look at it. Obviously the capital costs are high, but end of the day, when you've depleted the capacity of the landfills here and send it somewhere else, you have to put that into your calculations and see, where it takes it.
So the state has mandated that we recycle 75% of our waste. But what happens as we get better at not creating waste and we get better at reuse? And it seems like we're headed, if we do the right things, we're headed into an issue with what we're being mandated to do.
Great question. So DEP is looking at something called sustainable materials management. I don't know, Alana can speak to that maybe better because they're in the middle of that process. So that it talks about how you extend the life of the material, how you can put it to reuse, not throw it away. And also we talked about ash recycling from waste energy plants, how we can reuse that material. So, and that's where the reuse component is, right? So, and your question about not sending it into the waste stream, correct? So again, that's a beautiful concept, and again, it starts with again, the producer responsibility. So that's a discussion that we definitely need to have with the producers, and the big industries, and also consumer products companies like Procter & Gamble or Coca-Cola. So how we can reduce the packaging, put that material to use, and have outlets that can take that material and put it back into circulation so it doesn't hit the waste stream.
Thanks. Municipalities are struggling with their budgets currently, and they're going to struggle a little bit more. Now, I understand that recycling, this is all about recycling. I think recycling is a great way to go. But you mentioned that the bulk of recycling comes from the aggregate, construction materials, bulk materials, and vegetation. So if that's where the bulk of recycling is coming from, why then push on the individual homes, the residential recycling programs, which I keep on hearing time and time again, that is not really working? Are we just doing it for a mindset so people could feel good about themselves and the municipalities have to pick up that cost? What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish? This is where I get a little confused. And the question comes from seeing 2 years ago the city of Hialeah, where they were struggling with their recycling program, that it was costing them so much money to recycle, and at the end of the day, the goods that were being recycled from the consumers weren't really recyclable. And I think now in Dade County, I'm starting to ask those questions, so I think this is the path. What do we do?
So
and what's the goal?
So it's a good question, and it certainly came up as the economics of recycling changed. I will say that I think no one felt that more than Broward County with the sort of the private sector changes that occurred that really sort of knocked us for a loop in Broward. So let me reframe that 75% from a practical perspective. So the state's goal, while designed to encourage recycling, really encourages good record keeping, because what it is, it's a weight-based number. So by definition, a plastic bottle doesn't weigh a lot, but concrete does, right? Vegetative waste does. And in order to really get to the 75% number, you don't just need a lot of curbside recycling, you need the ability to aggregate data from private companies, from construction companies, from demolition companies, from firms that use clean fill to fill in a lake to build a warehouse like I'm seeing all over Medley. I happen to live in Doral, so I'm very familiar with the waste industry locally at the city level. So it's not that curbside recycling isn't important, it's that at the state level, the way they've asked to calculate it, because of the way things weigh. For example, plastic bottles now use a lot less material than they used to. So one plastic bottle now is a lot lighter than it used to be, for example. So perhaps one of the things that the state will be looking at is calculating recycling differently. Because the goal is to really, frankly, reduce. We only recycle if we've turned something into waste. So if we use a plastic cup over and over and over again to drink water at the office and we're not buying Avion bottles, we're reducing what has to be recycled. It would be great, for example, if we run out of what we need to recycle because we've done everything on the front end so well. Where I would say that the value on the consumer side is twofold. First, one of the biggest challenges we have is human behavior. And curbside recycling is the one way we have to really engage people in their house. It becomes real and physical to them. That opens the door to the broader conversation, which isn't always exciting or sexy, but it's the way that we get to them, which is why I think the educational program that Palm Beach has through the school system is so effective. Two, when you look at the garbage that's in our oceans and that's polluting our rivers, et cetera, a lot of that is the lightest material that it spills out of your garbage can when it gets dumped, it gets thrown by the wind, it gets caught into our stormwater system, and suddenly it's out on our beaches. That's the same material. Those are the paper cups, those are the straws, those are all the things that we as consumers use on a daily basis. That's the same material we pick up at the curbside, right? That's why I think it's important. Now the question, from a policy standpoint, as to the value of that versus the cost, is by definition a question for elected officials to consider. What I would say, and I think to some extent what Senator Geller was suggesting is, where does that message sit? And I would say that one of the challenges is that the smaller the government, the closer it is to the person, the more likely you're going to have a decision based on the budget. Because you are talking about individual people who come into your office and knock on your door and say, my taxes are too high. It's hard for them to sort of see the horizon. This is where a regional conversation changes that dynamic, because by definition, we are forcing ourselves to look beyond next week or next year, which is why, for example, I asked the question about what is all the material that's going to be thrown into a landfill from the West Coast going to do to our landfill capacity? Because we have to think that way, right? So whether it's at the county level
or across jurisdictions, across multiple counties, when we come together, we kind of know that some people might pay a little more than others, that there are going to be differential impacts, but it allows for longer term decision making. And so I don't think you'll ever have a win in every single city, because markets don't work that way. But I think we all know that we need to do it, which is why I like this regional conversation, because it provides the room to make those difficult decisions in a way that makes sense, even if at the local level, knocking on your commission office, for example, that's going to be a hard sell.
Yeah, add a couple more points to that. And obviously, curbside collection and recycling is a big part of our system. And the reason why we do it here in Palm Beach County is because it's the offsets, right? You know, fossil fuel offsets, you know, the plastics go back into circulation, so you don't have to produce new plastics. You don't have to mine new metals like aluminum. So that's the biggest benefit, you know, dollars and cents aside, you know, and that's, to me, is the biggest benefit. So you put the materials back into circulation, and so you reduce the carbon footprint. And that's one of the big reasons why we do it here.
So I have a question over here. Grab this microphone. That facility in West Palm is first class. It's not your grandfather's waste-to-energy facility. It is a top-notch.
It's Disney World.
Yeah, it really is. And that educational facility, so hats off, you guys did an amazing job. So my question is kind of more focused on the first R, the reduce part of it, because that gets lost in translation sometimes, and I'm always reminded of my abuelita's famous, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So when we gather with communities like this, we do a lot of work in Vancouver as an example. We get business leaders in a room like this, and we do a session called, what do you got, what do you need? And everybody goes around the room and talks about, you know, I got a hospital and I'm producing all this plastic and I don't know what to do with it. So that's a what do you got? And then somebody else in the room is looking for that plastic feedstock because they have a use for it. So that's a, you know, what do you need? And we go through this exercise, and there's a bunch of yellow and green sticky notes in the back of the room, and then it creates this kind of matchmaking opportunity so that you have a waste producer that's coupled with a raw material need. And I don't know if that's been talked about, or maybe you're doing it already and I'm not sure of it, but it might be something to consider.
Thank you very much.
May I give? Thank you for the presentation again. I think one important message as well, just to elaborate more and support what both of you were saying, is to keep in mind the reduced part of it, as he said. I think one important thing that people here need is to change the mindset. As pertaining to carbon footprint, the U.S. and the statistics were shown a while ago. We produce here around 4 to 8 times more waste than an average person in other parts of the world, especially in third world countries. I think we need to couple that education, and that's a good start point, but try to couple that with our day-to-day lives, so we are consistent with what we do day-to-day that affects the waste that we're generating. A good example that I think that comes to my mind, and I've been working in the solid waste industry since I came to Florida. There are landfills here in Florida, and the space, the room for cities, for the room for development here is kind of short, because we have the Everglades to waste, and it's limited. I've seen that more and more old landfills have to be developed into new warehouses or even residences. So I exhort people to think in the next generations, not too far from now, when our children will try to find a new home. I mean, things are getting expensive. You have to compete for something that is not, hopefully not, was not a waste management facility or a closed landfill or so. So I participated in some of that in the industry while working. So just food for thought.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, how are you doing today? Thank you for the wonderful information. I learned a lot. I had a quick question regarding the vegetative waste. I am very interested in composting. I have a composting company here in Broward. And I think that I heard you say that 75% of the vegetative waste goes off-site and 25% goes to the waste-to-energy plant. I was wondering what that composting facility is used for and intended for into the future.
So in Palm Beach County, the 75% I was referring to is waste, MSW, garbage, okay, and the 25% is the vegetation. So it's 1 million tons a year facility, REF2, 750,000 tons per year of MSW, which is garbage, goes to the plant. 25%, which is 250,000 tons of vegetation, goes to the plant. So that's 100% of the capacity there.
And sorry, just to follow up, is that going to the waste-to-energy plant or to that composting plant that's in the middle?
We don't have a compost facility. We used to. Again, so there was no market for it. That's a long story. So we were spending about $100 per ton, adding value, and there were no takers for it. So we stopped that operation about 8-9 years ago.
Okay.
So
it was on the map, so I just wanted to clarify that.
That's
It's an older map. Okay.
No, I mean, it's there. DEP monitors that, and as a matter of fact, we have other purposes for that footprint. So that stopped operation about 8-9 years ago.
Do you have any plan to continue composting into the future?
Not in the near future.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to take a real quick 10-minute break and come back at 2:05. So 10 minutes, take a potty break, and come on back.
make sure to grab a cookie.
If we can have everyone's attention, please, if you'll start making your way back to your seat, and if the panel members will start making it up to the front of the room.
I think so. That was my goal.
What's going on? Sorry, we're waiting. Hey, oh my gosh. Good to see you.
And we did. It's there in place. Yeah, you're helping these guys. We have assigned seats. Oh, excellent. We're in county order, so you're right next to us. You're right here. I'm right here. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Dan Pello, it's good to see you.
See you. So we have So we think we're going to split.
They got us in cheap. Yeah, I don't know what the questions are going to be. So it could be a big surprise.
It could be.
So,
Okay, everybody, we're going to get started.
I could be talking.
We can all collect ourselves and have a seat.
I wish we knew what the questions were, right?
That's what I said. We can call it the mystery panel. I like
If I can have everybody's attention, we're going to get started with our final panel, addressing the topics of regional collaboration and coordination. We have a 7-county expert panel, and they're going to talk trash with us here. Thank you very much. Just introduce everyone briefly. We have, moving from my right this way, we have Himanshu Mehta from Indian River County, Rebecca Olson from St. Lucie County, Sam Amerson. Sam was here a minute ago. Oh, there he is. From Martin County, Dan Pelowitz from Palm Beach County, Kevin Kelleher from Broward County. Oh, look at that. Michael Fernandez from Miami-Dade County. And Cheryl Sullivan from Monroe County. And our moderator for this discussion is going to be Commissioner Beam Fur of Broward County. So come on down. He gets the center square.
That's right. And second vice chair of the Regional Planning Council.
Thank you, Isabel.
You're welcome. Thank
All right.
you.
Well, we still got pretty much of a full room. That's good. I do want to just say thank you to both Isabel and Tom for putting this all together. For us on the for me on the South Florida Regional Planning Council, and I imagine from the Treasure Coast as well, this has been an absolute excellent panel so far that has given us a chance to learn. And as you know, it's not often regional planning councils get a chance to work together. But these two councils that have been working together over the last couple of years, and we found, I had a great relationship with Doug on this. We've had a chance to actually affect legislation on coral reefs and other things like that. And it's been by doing this kind of a conference that gives us all a chance to kind of get a handle on what's in front of us, and then to go forward. When you've got, from Monroe all the way up to Indian River, when you've got that many people, and you're really talking almost 10 million people, and you're almost talking half of the state of Florida, when this group decides to do something, and if they want to affect legislation, we're in a very good position to do it. And so when we're hearing those goals from the EPA and from the state, and all of those kind of things, if they need changing, we may be in those kind of positions to be able to affect that kind of change. We might be the ones who can say, you know, this might make more sense. So with that, I'm mad we have in front of us the people who really know what they're talking about. Not me. These people actually know what they're talking about. And these are, you know, the people that deal with solid waste on a day-to-day basis in all of our counties, except Kevin. Kevin's dealing, he's a administrator, so he's going to be the outlier here. And so you can say whatever you want on it. But what I would hope today is that we give these people here today permission to dream and permission to voice what their thoughts are. Because a lot of times I know, at least I'm going to speak from a personal experience, the discussion sometimes between department heads and elected officials sometimes is guarded. And because you know, everybody wants to make sure they're saying the right thing, and they're not going to step on anybody's toes. And you know, you're supposed to go through the, you know, administrator, all these kind of things. I hope today we'll give them a chance, because they've heard a lot. They go to conferences all over the country and all over the world, and I want to hear from them. I know they've had a chance to hear today, and we've heard from some very good people. I really from Joe with WTE to the EPA to Dave with all the robotics, and Stan with all the rethinking biosolids, and Michael and Romani with the circular economy and thinking regionalization. I think all of us are like thinking, whoa, this is a lot of good stuff. But I want to hear from them. So I'm just going to ask them to really introduce yourself again. And I want to hear what your takeaway is. I think all of us would like to hear your takeaway from today and what it's making you think of that you want to see for your own county. And maybe if you have some thoughts of what, you know, what might work regionally, go there. So why don't we start on this side over here? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So permission to dream. Okay.
Permission to dream. Thank you so much. First, I would like to thank the commission or the council for including this subject at this conference, because I think we all are aware that we all make trash. Trash and garbage is stinky, and nobody thinks about it until it doesn't go away. And I think what we need to realize is that the future of garbage and debris is at a critical point. And so my name is Cheryl Sullivan, and I am the director with Monroe County Solid Waste Management. And for those who don't know possibly where Monroe County is, it's actually the Florida Keys. And so if you look at the map that you have in front of you on your table that was handed out earlier, you can see that our island community is approximately 120 miles long. And someone had asked the question one time. They said, you know, well, how is Monroe County different than any other island community? And one of the answers is it is 120 miles plus long. Most of the island communities do not stretch that span. They don't have 42 bridges connecting small areas of land. And we have a population of approximately 75 to 85,000 people, plus we have tourists. Most of those island communities only have 5,000 to 8,000 households. So we are challenged with the distance. We have one road in, one road out. And for us, we have, because of our tourist industry, we are challenged. Every area of the country recycles a little differently. So with that challenge brings more awareness and education, not just of our residents, but of our tourists. And as the director and someone who has to look at the budgets and has to look at the assessments each year for solid waste, it's also my responsibility to figure out how can I minimize that cost to the residents. In looking at that and all the wonderful, talented people in this room, the scientists, the engineers, I would love to sit up here and say, Monroe County is ready to put in a waste-to-energy plant or a MRF center, but we can't do that. I have talked to different companies who want to do a waste-to-energy plant. I've talked to people who want to do a plasma gasification plant, but we are limited in the land mass that we have. So we can't do it, one. Plus DEP says we are an area of critical concern. As you look at that map, you will see every island is surrounded by water. And we all know that water is so important, and the wildlife that's in that water, the wildlife that's on our shores. So I am here to make bonds with our partners and our counties from the north, because we are going to need you. We need you now, and we're going to need you in the future. And so I just ask for you to reach out to Monroe County, allow us to be partners. Some of the things we are doing to help with the debris that we send to the mainland is currently unincorporated Monroe County. All of our yard waste does go to a mulch composting company in Glades County. In return, we do have composting giveaways for our citizens. Another thing that we are working to do is get into our libraries. I'm a firm believer that we have got to educate the young people. They are the ones who are going to change the direction for solid waste. Earlier today, we heard someone talk about, well, my mother-in-law, you know, she doesn't get into the recycling, my wife doesn't. We have multi-generations out there, and we all know that change is hard for our older generation. They're not going to change the way they think, but we can mold the way the younger generations think. And I think communication and education, SWA has got some great programs out there, and I think we all need to take advantage of that. So I am here to learn, listen, be a partner, and I yield the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Fernandez, Director for Department of Solid Waste Management in Miami-Dade County, and I have a vested interest actually in Broward because I'm a resident of Broward County as well. So I could see, so Plantation, I live up there. So anyways, you know, it's you know, everybody has everybody up here has a unique way of handling their waste, have unique challenges, right? We got islands here. We're just north, the neighbor just north of us, and then we got Broward, West Palm, and so on. But I think we all have the same problems, right? I mean, we're all facing capacity issues, number one. Number two, recycling obviously is a big thing, and how to see how we can reduce our waste, basically. But some of the takeaways, I think, one is obviously Joe talked a little bit about waste to energy earlier today, and I think waste to energy is definitely a big factor in reducing our waste and helping reduce our waste and sustaining our capacity, right? I mean, landfills do have a endpoint, a lifespan. So I think that's a big takeaway is the benefits of waste to energy, obviously generating waste, reducing the volume, generating electricity, reducing the volume, and then looking at other benefits from waste to energy. Ash reuse, powering electric vehicles. So we're finding all sorts of benefits and resources and opportunities from waste to energy. Yeah, I think there are opportunities on regionalization. Michael mentioned earlier about recycling, maybe MRF down south, MRF in the middle. But I think we also I see some of our private partners here, and I think the private industry needs to be part of that as well. They're the expertise at this. They've been doing this for a long time. But I think there's got to be some sort of partnership with the private sector, perfect example, case in point. I mean, our recycling is handled by a private company, and you know, they do have the resources, economies of scale, basically, to sell this commodity. You know, West Palm Beach obviously does it themselves. However, they do hire an operator to run the MRF facility out there. So some takeaways, I think, again, we're all going to have the same problems and capacity issues, I think. And now with these storms that are, you know, that's come up on the West Coast, you know, capacity is going to start running out very, very soon, because that capacity is now being used for hurricane debris. You know, even if you reduce it, you got to take it somewhere, right? So capacity issues, waste energy, I think, is a big factor. And any type, even zero waste, any type of zero waste you know, campaign or program, you're going to need waste energy as part of that, on top of the recycling and other mechanisms. But anyways, I just wanted to, those are the takeaways I have. And again, Miami-Dade County, we handle our own things there. We pick up our waste. We're one of the few government-owned and operated and largest, I understand, in the southeastern United States, and number 19 in largest hauling firms in North America, based on Waste 360 publication. We came out there based on our budget. We operate a $685 million budget, and we pick up our own waste. We have our drop-off sites, which are trash and recycling centers. We have household hazardous waste. We basically do it all in-house, other than the waste to energy and the recycling. So it's really, I'm very proud of our organization, and that's it.
Great, thanks. Kevin?
Good afternoon, I'm Kevin Kelleher. I'm Assistant County Administrator, and I have the pleasure of working with our solid waste and recycling team for the county. And, you know, the big takeaway that I had from today is, and we all know what the problem is, but what I thought was very encouraging from today is that, you know, through the use of technology, that there are solutions that are doable. You know, we heard from Joe, Dave, and Stanley, different types of technology that are out there that can be used to help reduce or recycle and get us down to a manageable level. At least it's workable. But that gets me to the second takeaway, and generally that will be, you know, to do any of those technologies is going to take a lot of money, and that's where I think the second takeaway is that they're through, whether it's regionalization or coordination, you know, that working together as a region, as an area, to this common problem, because the problem is the same across all boundaries, and while we may look at it a little differently, or we may be you know, surrounded by water for some of us, like Monroe County is, but we all have the same issue at the end. So working together, we can, you know, help each other and deal with this problem as a region, and offset and get those economies of scales, and then bring back again technology, because if you can start generating, you know, one of the questions from before was the transportation cost, which is a huge cost, but then if you can use the energy that you're creating through your waste to energy through the electric vehicles, and do electric you know, garbage vehicles, and do that circular economy and get that back in there, that should offset that transportation cost. So, you know, so working together, but it all takes money and thought to get there, and that's where I think coming together and dealing with that would be very helpful. And then that leads me to the third takeaway I have from this, and you know, my previous two colleagues here have mentioned it, and it's been mentioned a couple times today, and is the education factor of this, and the education coming from making sure people know what the consequence is. And that's, I believe Senator Geller asked the question before, how do you get people to realize this? And it's very difficult, because you know, being the non-career solid waste professional on the panel here, you know, I'm the one who believes in that mythical vortex that the garbage goes to, and it just magically disappears. And you know, a year and a half ago, before I got assigned this group, you know, that's what I thought, and nobody thinks about it. And I won't tell you, and don't tell my wife, and I know we're not being recorded, but you know, we have debates, you know, what's recyclable, what's not recyclable, and you know, and that's on our level. But really to get people's attention is, you know, and then I have some budget folks in the back over there, and I'm going to tell you a budget trick. You never go to budget and ask for money, because the answer is always no. But what you go to tell them is that, what do you do if you don't do something? And you focus on what are the consequences if we don't address this problem. And, you know, if these landfills come forward, and I know we look for, you know, partnerships with our privates, but, you know, if that landfill once it gets closer and closer to being filled up, what do you think is going to happen? The prices are going to go higher. So we're going to have to address this at one way or another. So we need to start thinking about that. So maybe the campaign, as distasteful as it may be, needs to advise people of what the outcome is if we don't take care of this problem. Not having the landfills and hitting them that way. So the education, I think Ramona did a great job with the Solid Waste Authority. You know, what you guys, your education is a great, you know, great format of how it can be done. Again, as Mike indicated before, we each have our unique ways of how we're organized, and, you know, obviously, as Michael Ruiz said before, is, you know, Palm Beach is set up the quintessential way and has the Disney World aspect of that. Some of our other communities, such as Broward, are not as lucky to be organized that way. But we, you know, we need to strive to get there, and having that education is very important, and letting people know. And then the last thing, and this is, you know, what I thought of is, you know, there are some low-hanging fruits out there, and the one takeaway I had is, you know, we always, when we talk about education, we're talking primarily about, you know, residential, but that's a small part of the waste here. And commercial is maybe the low-hanging fruit out there for the electeds that are in the audience, is that, you know, maybe we need to do some more regulation of, or dealing with the commercial end of it. You know, and they'll grouse about it, but we can move them along and required of them, you know, because ultimately they're going to pass the cost along anyway, but at least that'll get us quicker to the goal of starting to get into the reuse, recycle, and that's all I had, so thank you very much.
You're right, the social costs aren't usually part of the calculation, and they need to be part of the calculation.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Pelowitz. I'm the Executive Director at the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County. I'm going to kind of touch on a lot of what's already been talked about here, and I'm going to focus a little bit on how regionalization has worked for us. Typically, most of the entities up here are part of the county. We are a dependent special district, so we are a pure solid waste play. We're a business that operates within the constraints of a government, but I think we do it pretty well. But we can't stand alone, and we have great facilities and great operations, but we haven't always been able to do it ourselves. A perfect example, you know, we've done some regional things in the past. For example, about 10 years ago, we had a waste exchange agreement with Martin County. Waste Management came to us and wanted to find a better way to get waste into the Wheelabrator North plant in Broward, and so we entered into agreement with Waste Management in Martin County, where the Martin County waste was delivered to our waste energy plant, and we delivered an equal amount of waste out of our South County transfer station in Delray Beach to the Wheelabrator North plant, which saved everybody the transportation cost in the middle. There are other opportunities as well. There are times where we've got to shut down a retrofit. We just replaced our entire commingle line at our recycling facility. It would be nice to have surge capacity available in a region so that when you have to shut down for one reason or another, that there is a place for that to go, so that it doesn't end up in a waste energy plant, or not in our case, but in some cases potentially in a landfill. So, I mean, those are some important things. Perfect example right now, since Ian hit, we've been taking about 50 tons a day from Clewiston into our Belglade transfer station, because the transfer station in Clewiston, Lee County's transfer station, was so badly damaged that they can't operate it right now. So if it wasn't for the fact that we were there, they would probably be shipping waste a lot farther away at much higher cost, because we talked about garbage trucks, and it's an hour trip to the Lee County waste energy plant from Clewiston, and that'd be a 2-hour round trip in a garbage truck, probably carrying about 9 tons, which would not be a fun day, and it certainly isn't productive. On some other areas, I think there are opportunities for regional collaboration, particularly on the recycling side. I mean, our recycling facility now is basically at half capacity. We have capacity for significant growth in that facility. Had we designed it and taken that into consideration in the past, maybe it wouldn't be located where it is. Maybe it would be located farther south, and maybe it would be available to Broward County or to others. I also want to stress that we do believe in the public-private partnership. We operate the facilities we know how to operate, and we contract with the experts to operate the facilities they know how to operate. The waste-to-energy facilities, the biosolids processing facility, and our recovered materials processing facility. And all of our collection in the unincorporated area is contracted out to the professional hauling companies out there that do that work. No one can do it alone. We're looking forward to a future where less waste is generated. There's less need to recycle it. A point on recycling, a question about the cost of recycling. We did an analysis for the board a couple of years ago, and we went through the full cost analysis, $3 to $4 a month per household. That's how much it costs in Palm Beach County to recycle. I don't think anyone would consider eliminating a recycling program over $3 to $4 a month per household. So while recycling doesn't always make money, we'd like to dispel the notion that it is a moneymaker. It's not, but that's not why we do it. We do it because we're asked to do it, because the state wants us to do it, because it makes sense in terms of the circular economy, which is our focus. Our focus now, we've got an established system, is trying to get as much back into the circular economy as possible, but to do it responsibly and cost effectively, because at the end, we answer to our ratepayers. And what we do has a direct impact on our ratepayers. We get no funding from any other entity. All of our revenues come from our system, and only our system. We don't have a full faith and credit backing of the county. We have to sell bonds in the market, and in order to be able to finance the facilities that we have, you have to be able to market those bonds. And we deal with the rating agencies, and that's why we generally have to run like a business. We run like a business as much as possible because we're treated like a business by the people who buy our bonds and who we rely on so that we can finance this system. But with that, I look forward to regional cooperation. It's important. One final note is we're in a unique position in Palm Beach County. We're at a crossroads. We sit there right at the Turnpike and the Beeline Highway. And the waste that comes to our system, a lot of it comes to us right at that intersection. A lot of that waste goes to the Okeechobee landfill, right out of that intersection. And a lot of the waste goes up to the Jed landfill, keeps going up the Turnpike, all the way up to St. Cloud. So we see waste flowing through the region. We're strong supporters of local responsibility, and that means if the waste is generated locally, it should be managed locally. And that has tremendous benefits, not only from a personal responsibility standpoint, but also from the standpoint of minimizing that greenhouse gas footprint associated with all those trucks running all those miles over all these roads, and also the wear and tear on the roads and the traffic congestion. So with that, I'll stop talking.
That's good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Sam Amerson. I'm the Utilities Director, Utilities and Solid Waste Director for Martin County. We're in a kind of a unique situation, a comfortable situation. We have long-term contracts for waste collection, for garbage and recycling. We recently went to wheeled carts from the two bins to wheeled carts. It's a single stream operation, automated with side loaders. So we have a long-term contract with Waste Management. We also have a transportation and disposal contract with Waste Management. That's a long-term agreement for disposal at the Okeechobee landfill. So my understanding is there's probably 100 years of capacity at that site. So we're in a comfortable position. We like where we're at, but we need to do more. We do a pretty good job on recycling. We're about 52% on our single stream. We have a contract to process C&D. We're only getting a maximum of about 50 to 55% recyclables out of that process. I'd like to do better. That's where we are. As far as improving our recycling percentage, I don't know how we're ever going to get to 75% doing what we're doing. And so what I'm hearing is the only way to get there is waste to energy of some sort. utilizing the garbage, burning that, creating energy, and getting recycling credits. So other than that, I think we're pretty much stuck at a 52% recycle rate. Like I said, we'd like to do better. We do have a unique arrangement with St. Lucie County. A few years ago, we developed an interlocal agreement. So we transport all of our single stream to St. Lucie County. They have a MRF and they process that for us on our behalf. We're not charged a tipping fee, which is good. We just pay for transportation costs. The upside of that is when St. Lucie recovers their processing cost for that operation, we split the additional remaining revenue. This past year, we started last October, 21. We averaged about $40,000 in revenue on our side, which was exciting for me because I didn't know what to expect. That may not continue in the future. As we know, markets fluctuate, goes up and down, but that's where we are now. But what I'm hearing, and I think I understand fully, is going to a regional facility for waste to energy is the only way we're going to meet that recycling goal. And just trying to do it county by county, city by city, is just not cost feasible. So I've heard a lot of good ideas here today, a lot of good takeaways, and I appreciate being part of the panel today. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca Olson. I am the Assistant Director of Solid Waste and Recycling for St. Lucie County. Like Cheryl, key takeaways today are definitely networking. Having this forum is just a great first step towards building those relationships for future collaborations. As Sam mentioned, we do have two great partnerships with Martin County and Indian River County for the processing of their recyclables. That's through interlocal agreements. It is a pretty unique revenue sharing program, and I think both of them made almost $500,000 last year, so my pocket is empty, but but it's a great partnership. Another key takeaway would definitely be the Florida Waste Energy Coalition. Like Palm Beach County, we're at a crossroads, but a little bit of a different one. We have an airspace problem. Our projected lifespan of our landfill has gone down a couple years just in the past year. Every year we get a new projection, and it's significantly lower than it was the year before. What we need and what the dream is waste to energy. We're currently in talks with our Board of County Commissioners and our administration about what the future of solid waste management in St. Lucie County looks like. I think that's pretty much it as far as St. Lucie County goes. I don't want to be too repetitive, but I definitely echo the sentiments of the rest of this board.
Good afternoon, Himanshu Mehta, Managing Director for Solid Waste Disposal District. We also are a dependent special district. We're on the opposite end of Monroe County, and we're probably the second smallest in terms of population out of the group here. Our population is about 160,000. And we have one central landfill, we have 5 municipalities, and we have a great interlocal agreement, with the municipalities in terms of all the solid waste materials and recyclables come to our facility. As Rebecca mentioned, just like Martin County, we have a great partnership with St. Lucie County. About $500,000 this past fiscal year, but I'll say we went from as high as $60,000 in 1 month to down to about $500 this past month in revenue. So markets are definitely being affected. We're a small county. I think earlier in the slides, we have capacity. I think out of all of us here, our capacity is up to 2086. So we got another 60 plus years of capacity left. But we've been there for 30, 35, 40 years now. So the landfill's growing. We've been exploring options on what we can do with our waste. We look at it as a commodity. And back in about 10, 12 years ago, we were kind of looking at inviting the private sector to come in and look at, hey, we have a landfill, what can you do for waste to energy? We did feasibility studies and things like that. But again, when you have a small population, someday we want to grow up and be like Palm Beach County, right? But I don't think our community and our commissions want 1.5 million population up in Indian River County. So we're looking to remain small. So I think this I'm excited that there was an opportunity to be here today and the coalition here in terms of looking at regionalizations. I think, we've already established a good partnership here with St. Lucie County, and I think that's what we need to look at is what can we all do together to kind of look at the whole region and what's the future, because I don't see a waste to energy plant in Indian River County in our future based on sort of our population, because it ultimately comes down to cost. How are you going to spread that cost to the taxpayers? And if you just look at your local population, it's just not going to work. But we're doing some innovative things. We did have an ethanol plant that was built in our county. Unfortunately, it did not work. So it's kind of mothballed right now. But we are looking at a renewable energy project coming on board. We're taking our methane gas. So we're excited about that project coming. One of the challenges that I think a lot of landfills have, it wasn't discussed here too much, but is the leachate that's coming out of landfills. And I think we're probably going to be the second county in the state of Florida to use a leachate evaporator. The Heartland technology, we're looking to have that come on board maybe end of this year, beginning of next year, to kind of solve our leachate issue. So we're doing what we can. The biggest thing is education. I think for me and kind of what we do, it's me and I have a staff of 11. We have about $30 million budget, counting capital improvements that are going on. But we do what we can. We have a breadth of what we have is a lot of partnerships in terms of our landfill operations, our collections. We do have a yard waste composting facility, if you will. Atlas Organics is who we partnered with. So we're kind of excited about what's happening there. But the key thing, I think, is education. When our educators go out, the messaging is what you're doing at home, what you're doing at work, and when you're going out and playing on the weekends, right? So that's the message for us is, want you to recycle at home, recycle at work, recycle at your school, recycle at our parks. That's kind of, we're trying to get that message that it needs to be everywhere. So, I wish in terms of, I know there's rules against it, but I wish DEP would kind of open up more in terms of commercial recycling. I know nobody likes the word mandatory, but if you're not going to get the commercial businesses and whatnot and enforce some sort of a recycling on the commercial sector, it's really difficult. So, I know we're talking about, getting sort of the folks that produce the products, but we also, I feel like we need to get our commercial recycling a little bit more engaged. Certainly, we've done the same thing in terms of looking at the tonnages and going to a lot of the commercial businesses and private C&D facilities and whatnot to increase our recycling tonnage as well. And it's been great, but I'm looking forward to see what DEP comes up with and in terms of hopefully looking at it from an energy basis in terms of where we go in the future. And overall, no, I think a lot of the technologies here, going to conferences and whatnot, seeing some of this, we've talked to, some of the companies here in the past as well. So, but no, glad to be here and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd love to hear about the vaporizer because we have 12 million gallons of garbage juice in Broward County. So if there's a way to evaporate that would be great. I know. Lunch is over. I can say that. Lunch is over. I can say that. I think what I'd like to hear, I love Dave's idea. Dave just took off, I guess. No, there he is. But his idea of what do you need and what do you got? I think that's a good idea because that gives us an idea. And I know, like St. Lucie County you guys have a glass recycler, right? Or you did? No longer?
We do, but one of our needs is a glass offtake.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So, but those kind of things that you have, everybody's got some different things. So let's hear what you need, what you got, real quick. Just so across the region, like you need a WTE, but maybe you can't do it just by your own county. But I don't know if you know, but there's two different interlocal agreements in Florida where four counties get together and do their own ILA. Who knows if you can do that with a WT? But anyway, what do you need? What do you got? We'll start with Monroe County.
What do we need?
One more island.
I would say in Monroe County, one thing that we need is, and it's been echoed down through the line, is we need a buy-in from the commercial producers. And we're talking to your construction companies. We don't have a big buy-in from our commercial partners in Monroe County, and that is something that we definitely need. When we go out and talk to them, they say it's too expensive. So until there becomes an absolute, you must do this decision, we're not going to get them. And they are producing, as you saw the slides earlier, that's where the majority of recycling material could come from, but they refuse to do it. What do we got? We have a resilient community. We have leadership and a commission that is supportive of ideas, which is good. And I guess more than anything, one thing that we all have in common is we all make trash and we all make garbage and we all have to work together.
Alana, you're hearing all this on the commercial side, right? So when the legislation starts to roll. Go ahead.
So what we need, I think what we need is definitely capacity really keeps me up at night, having the capacity to manage the waste in the county. Okay. So, and unfortunately, it's not like you just build something in somebody's backyard, something new. So, we're kind of, I wish we had more space, we're kind of built out. We do have our UBD, or urban development boundary there. And so we're kind of limited in the space that we could work in. So yeah, I think capacity is definitely a need. What we got is a waste energy facility. I mean, that's kind of what's buying us time. And I think and that's why I'm a proponent on waste energy, because it really extends your capacity. You want to protect your capacity. So I would say that's a need, as well as obviously recycling across the board. Everybody has that need. Unfortunately, the markets have kind of gone up and down, and the price of recycling it's very expensive. It's actually more expensive than just landfilling, and those are tough decisions we have to make. Do we, like Dan mentioned, it's something I think we should be doing, and I believe in it. And you do help reduce some of your, capacity disposal. To help continue with your capacity, basically. So recycling is a need. We don't have a MRF, so it's definitely an opportunity there. Again, private sector controls these MRFs, and maybe there's opportunity with volume there to get one price kind of all together in, or do something together. Source, basically, and source it.
Okay. Kevin?
I'm going to go in reverse order and say, what do we got? What we have 31 cities and a county commission that recognize that this is a problem, and it's something that they want to address. They've created a solid waste working group, which is, the cities and the county banding together to address this problem. And I'm just addressing this from the Broward County's unique situation. And what do we need? And it's something that the Solid Waste Working Group is working on currently, and that is, a structure that, since we all know that this is a problem, is how are we going to address it collaboratively, and how to get us to where we need to be. So that's, what we need right now is to build that structure so we can go forward and start addressing this very dire, this situation before it becomes a dire need. Right now, thankfully, the county does have a waste energy plant that's, still has some life left on it. We also have, different options of, either building new or location for new, or expanding the existing one. So we are lucky at that standpoint. We do need a MRF as well, and so there may be some collaborative efforts that we can have with regard to that. But getting that structure so we have that clear direction so we can go forward.
Okay, what do we have? Well, We do have excess capacity in our recycling facility, and we've offered that up from time to time to those who need it when their plants are down or things like that. A lot of that depends on the system you're using. Obviously, we're dual stream, so single stream's a little difficult. But, you know, we are available in a pinch if somebody needs it. We're also here to help. You know, we've got 30 years of experience with waste energy, and the one thing we need is to do a better job of relaying the message and explaining how it works and what it does. I'd like to encourage anyone who's skeptical, anyone who's anti-waste energy or has that type of belief to come see us. You know, we'd like to show you the facility and show you what we do. We're very open, and we would encourage anyone who wants to do that to do that. We also need, like I said before, it would be nice to have standby reciprocal agreements with other entities that in the event that we have a capacity need or you have a capacity need that can be solved on a short-term basis, I think that would be great. We have standby agreements with Waste Management at Okeechobee and also with the JED landfill in the event that we need that, and it'd be nice to have that within the region so that we can help each other out when those circumstances arise. And then obviously we need some solutions going forward. We've got a landfill with a life of 2054. That's going to come pretty quickly. In this business, if you're more than 10 years away, you're already behind. So
Don't tell us that, because that's where we're at.
So obviously we'll be looking to extend the life of our landfill because the likelihood, and as it's been discussed, of siting new landfills, it's difficult. People look at the Palm Beach County map and they look at that wide open area that's out west and they think, boy, that's a great opportunity out there to put something. But that's the Everglades agricultural area, and that's not where solid waste development is likely going to be favored. So that's my take.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, what we've got in Martin County, we've got a Board of County Commissioners that listen. They're very forward-thinking. They're very environmentally sensitive, and they support staff. And no idea is too crazy or too outlandish. And they want us to keep thinking outside the box in everything we do. So we appreciate that as staff. What we've got is capacity, landfill capacity. We've got transfer station capacity. We have plans in the near future to construct a single-stream transfer station adjacent to our current transfer station. That'll open up the tipping floor for additional capacity for garbage. So we're in good standing there. We're in a comfortable position. Real quick, we went through a bid recently, competitive bid for garbage collection. We had 3 bidders. What was interesting, our board was not interested in the lowest bid or the cheapest price. They wanted a level of service. We had the previous contract was with Waste Management for over 20 years. We developed a relationship, good service, reliable service, and that's what our board and our residents wanted. It cost more, absolutely. We negotiated a contract. It was more than the 2 lower bids, but that's what our board wanted, and our residents appreciate that now. We had a little bit of flack from a few residents because of the price increase, but today I'll tell you they're satisfied with the service all around. What we need, one thing we've had difficulty getting historically is recycling rates from the commercial businesses and retailers, whether it's electronics or the chain stores for cardboard, OGC. We just can't get those numbers. So I think the recycling rates are not as accurate as they could be. I think we're doing more statewide than what we see on paper. But that's one of the needs we have.
Okay.
All right. Couple sentiments to echo here. Like Sam, we were talking earlier, our board is also very supportive. That's why we were able to get these interlocal agreements approved for the recycling. But also what we have is an offtake for small generators for plastic film. I know Palm Beach has brought us a couple loads. It's something, if you have enough that you don't want to put in your landfill, but not enough to sell yourself, we can take that. Unfortunately, right now there's no market for it. We just gave away a load for free, but it's not going in the landfills and it's getting recycled. So that's a great something we can offer. Something we need is a glass offtake. We do have a processing machine, it's called an Andela, and what it does is it breaks down the glass into like a sand material. And we do use that for road base and daily cover, but we have a lot of it. So if anyone knows where it can go, that would be great.
I know in Hollywood, we had actually done it with the old Resource Recovery Board. We had actually done a number of experiments with that, and mixing it with beach sand for beach renourishment.
I have heard that as well.
And it actually worked pretty good. And then the RV fell apart, we never went anywhere. But, anyway.
But we do have, so that processing machine is older. So a lot of the times if it sits for a couple days or if it rains, we're unable to use it. So the offtake would be for the glass that goes through our MRF after the glass breaker. So it wouldn't be the processed sand or anything like that. Another need that we have is education and marketing. We have worked closely with Indian River County's marketing coordinator. She's great. They have a great marketing campaign, and I think we do have a meeting set up between our recycling coordinators to just kind of combine marketing and education efforts and hopefully trickle down the Treasure Coast.
Yeah, you had a great educational marketing campaign that was on radio and everything for quite a while. I know it had dropped your contamination rates way down.
Yes.
Which was pretty amazing. Anyway, right, last one.
So we do have a lot of capacity, but we don't want your trash. I think sharing of lessons learned, I think it's something that I think would be useful for us. I think, when you mentioned you got 30 years of experience doing something, I think that, one of the things, and not to put DEP on the spot, but we were part of the Central District and we got kicked out. And but one of the things I missed about the Central District is they would have quarterly meetings with all the solid waste directors. And I'm great, it's great to be here on this panel here with this great team, but Rebecca and we're next to each other, so we have our partnership with them, but it'd be great to have this collaboration on a more often basis, to kind of, to see some of the lessons that are being learned and with our partners. I would love to get one of those digital tablets that the kids play with at the Solid Waste Authority, up at Indian River. I mean, I think that's kind of really cool, but we're working on an education center. I don't think it'll be 3 stories high, but we're working on it. Also, we have great commissioners, Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Ehrman here. I got to tell you, I'm going to put her on the spot, but I think I got the only commissioner that does come do hill repeats at our landfill. So at 5:30 in the morning, if you want to come up to Indian River County, you'll have Commissioner Adams come do hill repeats. So that's something we got. If you want to come do some hill repeats at our landfill.
Okay.
You go walking up the landfill. We have a nice paved road, about 180 feet high, and you walk up and down as many times as you like. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that I would like to kind of challenge you all at one point is when you're thinking about what you need, and I want you, and we can't do it today because we're actually running out of time right now. But for what Michael was talking about before with the circular economy, was talking about, figuring out what your needs are, but beyond just in the solid waste field. What products does your county need? And when you can figure out what those products are, whether it's park equipment, plastic, wood, all those kind of things, because if we're ever going to be thinking about trying to bring manufacturing that can use those resources that we recover, we need to be able to show a need and being able to kind of pool those things together. So just kind of put that in your thoughts. I know I'm running out of time. It's 3 o'clock. 3:15. Oh, 3:15. Okay, good. So I have a question here on education, and it's come up numerous times. And I think all of us we talked about the magical vortex. Talk about what you think your residents know about what happens with garbage, but also what you think your elected officials know. And I know some of them are in the room here. Please feel free to speak freely, because the fact of the matter is, if we're not educated on these things, then we can't make good policy. So it's important for you all to be able to expound on, one, what you think the public knows, and how can we make sure that everybody knows more on the entire process. So I'll just start.
So that's a really, really good comment and a question, because what I have found out in the last probably year and a half is there's a misconception. I don't know if it's in other counties or not, but in Monroe County that, well, the recycling all just goes into garbage and trash, and it really isn't recycled, et cetera, et cetera. So why do I want to do that? So I think for us in Monroe County, it's continue to get the message out that, yes, recycling is separate. Now, of course, if recycling is contaminated, then it goes into regular MSW. And in talking about that, I think the community needs to know more about the MRF centers, and they need to see more presentations on how the MRF centers work. And and so in talking about the MRF centers. Well, we'll just.
Hard to guess on that one. Okay. I guess just talk about it.
Okay, just talk loud. So, you know, I hope you can hear me. So, it's letting the community know what the MRF centers are all about and how they work. And in working with waste management, I've actually arranged for different tours throughout the MRF center. We've had special interest groups go. We've had county commissioners go. Commissioner Coldiron joined us on one excursion. And so I think the more and more we can get out there that recycling is real, it does work, and it does happen.
Yellow.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, now you can hear me, okay. So the more we can get it out there that MRFs are real and recycling does happen, I think is one of the best things that we can do when it comes to, you know, that's one thing that has been a challenge for us.
Okay.
That noise is annoying, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So, misconception in Miami-Dade County is that we landfill everything, and that we control. But first, let me take a step back. That we're the masters of the universe in waste in Miami-Dade County. In reality, is we really, even though we manage 1.8 million tons, it's only a third of the waste that we really manage in the county. There's really more like 5 million tons in the county that we don't even touch. So this all goes, it's all privately, it's open competitive market. Oh my God, thank you. So it's an open competitive market. Again, everybody has their unique way of handling waste. Broward does something different, Palm Beach does something different, but in Miami-Dade County, it's an open competitive market. All the haulers, basically, we have disposal agreements with some of the haulers, but most of the waste ends up in the landfill.
But I think the question is here, how do we get that information to the public and to elected officials?
So yeah, definitely. Well, one thing is going back to the counties, what we manage, we've decided to add a couple years back, we've added language on our trucks. Basically, it says, hey, your garbage is being processed into energy, basically. So we want to make sure that message, and this was a campaign we did, which is called Nothing Goes to Waste. We've done Comcast commercials, we've done radio, we've gone to the schools, we've educated kids. And folks really said, wow, I didn't realize you guys process this into energy because this is what I always wanted. And I said, yeah, it's about 60% of the waste that we control goes into a waste-to-energy facility, which is fantastic. So again, the messaging, the thought process was these trucks are billboards going through these neighborhoods. Let's put the messaging on the trucks. And sure enough, we're getting good feedback from the constituents and elected officials as well, because elected officials also believe that we just landfill everything. So that was one component. Secondly, the recycling program. So recycling programs, in Dade County, the majority of the we recycle the majority of the stuff in at least on the residential side. But there are cities like City of Miami that has their own recycling program, and they have a contract with a private company to process that. Guess what? Their program is totally different than ours, and it gets really confusing because they may have contracted items on that program that we don't have because they're going to two different MRFs. So that messaging is really difficult to. We're trying to find. We have a phase that we're going to try to do this app that you can actually scan, UPC codes or look at items where you can actually see is it part of our program. Because the last thing I want is that we're just adding to the contamination rate because you thought it was something in another program. And not only there, I mean, even around the country, you come from another city, you come from the West Coast, Northeast, wherever you're coming from. Your program's totally different. The program up there is totally different than what we're doing. And so they say, why isn't this not recyclable? Well, and there should be, and I think, I don't know if it was Congress, but they're talking about having a standardized recycling commodity basically across the board, across the country. So anyways, I think those are two things that we got going on.
Is anybody doing PSAs at all to try to get the word out? Public service announcements? Yeah. I know you guys were doing them for a little while, right? And you all do them on TV and stuff?
Yeah. We do
News releases, but never on TV.
Yeah, so we have, on Comcast, we have a beautiful, actually Michael's house comes out on it. So it's a great commercial, you should catch it.
Is Michael on it? Are you on it, Michael?
No, just the house. We used his house as a staging.
Oh, you used his house, good.
His house is more photogenic.
Kevin, you want to weigh in there?
So, I think the question first was, what does the public know about the situation? And I will tell you, having since being overseeing solid waste, I've talked to a lot of people just in casual conversation, lunches and dinners, and which is probably why I don't get invited too many places. About what they know about it, I don't think they know the gravity of the problem, and I think that's the problem. I think the electeds are pretty in tune with the gravity of the problem, but with the gravity of the problem comes a financial cost, and then it becomes a political issue where, you have an uninformed community, uninformed, citizenry who doesn't know the gravity of the problem, and now they're going to have to pay more to deal with this problem. And, it was okay with recycling 10 or so years ago when it was making money, but once that dried up and no longer made money, and now it's actually a cost, a social cost, that's where, the rubber hit the road, and so that's where the problem is. So to address the citizenry, the public, I really think you really have to show them what the dire consequences are if we don't take care of that. And with respect to on the elected front, I do believe that we can start small again on the commercial end. I think my colleague from Indian River also mentioned that the commercial end, that may be the way to address some, is because you have recycling programs that could be mandated, or food waste. A lot of restaurants down in South Florida where there's a lot of tourism, requiring them to do on the commercial, and that'll take care of a lot of stuff. And now, again, the cost to do that will still be passed on to the public, but at least we will start getting towards that goal and start addressing the bigger problems, so it doesn't come across as a tax that the electeds are coming up with, or a fee from the electeds. It's coming across from the commercial end of it.
And I think what we're talking about is preparing the public for public policy. Because if you don't have them, if they're not prepared, if they haven't heard the need and the problems, then they're not prepared for perhaps a new tax or whatever it is. We are running out of time. I'm gonna do a lightning round real quick on what you would like to see these two planning councils. If you were going to ask us to do something on a legislative side, if you think we might need to do something like a bottle bill or whatever, what would you like us as policymakers and as two planning councils, what would you like us to bring forward? We'll start on this time.
Sure.
Lightning round, sorry.
Our educators are doing a great job of plastic film recycling in Indian River County. I mean, we're going to commercial businesses. We have containers in schools. I think anything you could do on the film recycling program would be great. I certainly would love to see a bottle bill of some sort happen, but I don't know if that's going to happen in the state of Florida. No, I think just more of this. If we can have more of these type of regional meetings, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
I agree with that, plastic bag, bottle bill, and also what we were talking about with having commercial recycling maybe mandated.
I keep looking at Alana on that. She can help us.
No, I think the commercial recycling is a big one. I think we need some help with that. I think continuing these conversations on a regional basis with the planning councils is good. Maybe have some legislators here statewide and from DEP who can actually get things moving.
Great.
Well, I guess I'd like to see a change in the avoided cost calculation to allow waste energy facilities to make a little more than 2 to 3 cents a kilowatt hour when the market rate's 11 to 12. That would be nice. I think we're also going to be needing, we're going to need to look at a lot of people talking about PFAS and PFOA. I think we're going to need some clear direction from Tallahassee in terms of what that environment's going to look like as it relates to solid waste management, leachate from landfills, and waste energy plants as well.
Very good, thank you.
In addition to those efforts here, about the plastic bags and the commercial recycling, I do want to point out we have to look internally as to our own practices, and I do have to call out, this has been a great event today, but I will note that there is only one recycle bin in this room today, and it has a plastic bag in it, which means that it's probably going to be bagged up and thrown away with the regular stuff, so it's not a true recycle bin. And so unless we start looking at ourselves and what our practices are, how do we impose this upon others is part of where we have to go with that. So, sorry.
Good point.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Dan on the avoided costs. I think that's a real important factor, helping us make these waste energies, finance these waste energy facilities, make sense with that. And secondly, funding. I mean, funding's always welcome. Funding for startup programs, for recycling, for MRFs, for any type of infrastructure. Last thing I saw on MRFs, it was more on recycling, was more about programs of outreach, but it wasn't really about building infrastructure. I had not seen anything on that.
And I'm going to echo what everyone else has said. I think we've got to get the attention of folks with the money and with the power to help the counties with the infrastructure. I mean, that is so important. Taxpayers have got to realize that it's a critical state, along with possibly implementing some type of a bottle bill and then getting the commercial producers on board to take some responsibility for recycling.
And one more. So, we have these, again, for us down here that we have these, we control the garbage, we have the garbage trucks, but these electric garbage trucks are not cheap. They have a nice price tag to them. And there's this VW grant that's really focused for buses. And if we could change the language there to incorporate refuse trucks, municipal refuse trucks, also that maybe are powered by waste energy facilities, would be a great addition.
That's great. Kevin, I appreciate your practice what we preach, because I had done a campaign kickoff for myself a few months ago and tried to make sure that I had every single glass, paper plate was recycled. That is hard to do. It's actually hard to find them, and that goes back to trying to figure out what kind of a circular economy we can build with all these resources and make sure that we can practice what we preach. Will you,
No, please stay on. So,
okay.
well, I was just writing you the note. It says, you're doing great. Okay, so, what I'd like to suggest is you please keep the panel on board.
Okay.
And let's segue at the appropriate time right now to the public comment and conversation, because I think many of the questions
They'd be, yeah, they could answer.
experts.
I can answer. No, I
You're
can't.
doing great. So, and then
I saw a big laugh out
we'll
there.
go for next steps.
Okay, that's great. So questions to our panel of experts. First of all, let's give them a hand. Thank you. And for all the work they do on a daily basis for all of us. So thank you. So public comments, public questions. This is the time to ask the experts. Yeah, right there.
Hello, I'm Jairo Gonzalez, and I'm an organics waste management consultant. And I've heard the waste energy facility, we call them incinerators up north, and I've seen a lot of that market starting to disappear for alternative technologies. I'd like to know if there's any study that's being done on the environmental and social impact of designing these facilities as we have up in the Northeast, and also if any of you have seen that data. And then also, I'm part of the association, the U.S. Composting Association of North America, and it is an industry, and we have innovation, and we have money coming in, and we look at counties, and we look at the solid waste issue. If 50%, close to 50% of the solid waste, municipal solid waste, is organic material, vegetation, animal, and food waste, it is a recoverable. It is a very important source of recoverable, and public policy in the state of Florida doesn't mention that word. I've looked at the statutes, state, county,
I think a lot of
and it's very interesting that here, that organics management studies or public policy, as you're mentioning, is not in place. So I would like to know if that would be one of the strategies to get a policy in place and then analyze the environmental impacts and alternative solutions of private industry looking at bringing new alternatives with flow controls that come attached to interlocal agreements as we have today in West Palm County and possibly in Broward County. It does put a stop to private companies coming in and creating alternative solutions. Composting is not available in the county of where I live, which is West Palm County, because of that flow control. And I hope that when Broward County looks at the interlocal studies, that organics is considered a recoverable. So there are several questions there, but
anybody want to take that one on?
thank you.
Everybody jump at once. Go ahead.
So, speaking about Palm Beach County, we did at one time, for a period of 15 years, we did have a large composting program. We composted yard waste with biosolids from the wastewater treatment plants. We did that for about 15 years. In the end, the product was not saleable. Most of it ended up spread around the landfill, and we were paying over $100 a ton to produce it. So that was the reason why we segued into our biosolids pelletization facility, which actually creates a fertilizer product using landfill gas to dry the sludge into those fertilizer pellets, which are a AA fertilizer product. As you know, in organics, that's something that a lot of people are talking about. A lot of people are talking about food waste and organics. The one thing that we do is, in Palm Beach County, just to explain, we don't do flow control for no reason. We do flow control because it's essential to our ability to bond the facilities that we build, to ensure that the revenue stream is there to pay the principal and interest on the bonds that is necessary to construct large facilities. With regard to waste energy, you brought up about, have there been any studies done? There's a paper done by Dr. Marco Castaldi from the City University of New York that's available, and he talks about all of the waste energy in total. And there's a lot of myths about waste energy, and a lot of them are dispelled in that study. We will always, we're not married to any particular technology. So mass burn waste energy is the most proven technology for dealing with very large volumes of waste, which is a very heterogeneous product. Changes every day. And when we see a technology available that's proven at scale, scaled up, and that can do a job, we will always consider and take a look at it. To date, from on a large scale basis, there's not a lot of success with food waste composting on a large scale basis. They're difficult to site, and there have been issues in terms of odors. We've talked to some folks today who think they've solved some of those problems, and we'd be more than happy to go take a look at their facilities. We're not closed-minded to anything. When some better technology comes along, we're going to do it. But it's got to be proven. It's got to be reliable, because at the end, it's our ratepayers who are footing the bill for it. And we don't do research and development, and we don't do venture capital. So that's two things we always tell folks. So, and then when it comes to other folks, you couldn't imagine how many people contact us on an annual basis with an idea they want to site in Palm Beach County. It's all the time. And if we were to open our arms and accept every single one of those, you would see failed solid waste management facilities littering the countryside. So, you have to, we're very cautious. I'll admit it, we are very cautious, and we're always going to protect our ratepayers and Palm Beach County. But again, if you think you've got a great technology, by all means, contact us, and we're happy to take a look at it.
In the interest of time, I'm going to let that be the final answer on that. Doug, go ahead.
So first and foremost, Doug Smith, Martin County Commission. I'd like to thank Beam for hosting this portion of it. One thing I would say about one thing I would say about this group, and if you've been in this long enough, the friendships that you build, the relationships you build, the partnerships we build in these two regional planning councils are incredibly powerful. It was said earlier that if we can get our minds wrapped around an idea, and we represent 9 million, 8 million, 10 million, whatever that number is, and we go to DC or we go to Tallahassee, that's an amazing influencer on policy. And so the question I think that was asked to the panel earlier, if you could have 1 or 2 or 3 things this year, policy-wise, I would really encourage this team up here to go back amongst yourselves and give us the work product that says, yeah, we need this thing out of the legislature this year. That would really be a game changer for us. And it may be a small bite, or it may be a huge bite. I know that we can't do 20 things at once, but we can get 1 or 2 things going and done. We did it with biosolids 6 or 7 years ago. We're still here talking about it. It's one of my big things to get that thing accomplished, because we can't continue to spread our biosolids out on our agricultural lands, only how the phosphorus and nitrogen end up back in our watersheds, because that's just a complete waste of time. A thought process for you on the marketing and the idea about how do we get people to know and think about this better. Once a year I go out to Park City in Utah, and they started a campaign out there in Park City called Keep It PC, Keep It Park City. And it was a branding idea that they did, that all of their agriculture, all of their beef was branded with that brand. And so that if you went to a restaurant in Park City, on the menu, it would have that Keep It PC logo next to the beef selection, the vegetable selection, whatever it was that they were growing that was in Park City. They really wanted to push that idea. And so if you think about it in the plastics world, in the glass world, or whatever we're doing, if we could ever get to the point to where whatever we need to recycle in Florida, if it becomes something that we can put our brand on, it gets remanufactured here in Florida and turned into a product, then you can start convincing people that all of this conversation has a viable point to it. Because otherwise there's going to be constantly confusion about, is it affordable, does it make sense, is this really the thing we should be doing? I think if we can figure out how to get manufacturing to take on the products that can be produced from that. I grew up in the glass industry, and I can tell you that we recycled every single day at our glass factory. Whatever didn't get as a finished bottle ended up getting crushed up and went right back into the tank again and was produced as a new bottle again. We also, about 40 years ago, went into the plastics recycling business. It was kind of an idea for us, because we also made plastic bottles and plastic closures. It's a really tough business to do because of the impurities that get into plastics from milk bottles and other things that just you can't get rid of. But again, If it can get figured out and if Florida can find out a way to produce it and you can brand it as a Florida-made product, then you can start selling that to the public as to this is where this is going from A to B to C and so on. So anyway, thank you, Beam, for
Good idea.
your leadership today, and thank you, panel, for all of your ideas.
Thanks. Yes.
Hi, thank you. Megan Houston, Palm Beach County's Resilience Office, and thank you all for being here. We've had a few talks with our Solid Waste Authority company, and your team has been very patient with us, and we joke that it's very, very complicated. And one complicated thing in thinking about the themes today of yes, waste to energy, and yes, circular economy, innovation in reducing the need to even have the flow. How do you balance those two? How do we balance needing waste to energy and financing those operations when they're expensive and that 2 to 3 cent per kilowatt hour fee versus the need to promote net zero waste and all of that? So are those competing with each other, and how do we make waste to energy more profitable so that net zero can still happen? Like, how do they align, I guess is what I'm asking.
Sure. I think the answer to that is that we as solid waste management professionals, we take the waste stream that we get. So if it's generated, we have to manage it. To the extent that it's never generated, we would be more than happy to never have to manage it. So I think the approach really needs to be on the waste elimination side up front, because we as consumers consume way too much stuff. There are times when plastic bottles just annoy me to no end, because the overwhelming majority of the time, the plastic bottle is not necessary. If you're going camping out in the wilderness and you need to have a supply because you're going to be out there for 4 days and you don't have a water supply, great. But most people walking around, you see those blue bins filled up. When they're overflowing with plastic bottles. And there's really no reason for it, because a lot of that stuff is coming out of a municipal water supply somewhere. And it's just ending up in that bottle. So I think the real focus from the sustainability side and the resiliency side is really to focus on trying to change consumer behavior and to point out those areas where this stuff doesn't need to be generated. And then we need to get with manufacturers so that they manufacture products that don't have 3 different types of plastic in them, that are durable, that last a very, very long time, and that are repairable, as been talked about before, and that we recognize, and it happens, we see it every day. I put stuff out at the curb, and someone comes along in a truck, and they take the furniture, and they take the, so it is getting reused, but I think that's really the key, is we throw out a lot of stuff that really has value, and we generate a lot of waste we don't need to. And we'd be more than happy to see that stop, and when it does, we'll scale down our facilities, and we'll change our technologies, and we'll do something different.
Tom?
Yeah, and this is more of a comment, but this is from one of my council members, Doug Bernique, who had to leave. His day job, wears like 3 hats, but his day job, he's in the citrus industry, and so they had some congressional folks coming down to look at the devastation from Ian, so he had to step out. But one of his other hats is St. Johns River Water Management District, as well as the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. And he wanted everyone to know, to think about that 80% of the biosolids in Florida are coming into the St. Johns River watershed. And they're trying to also clean things up there at the same time, and these things are working at cross purposes. So his plea really is that biosolids need to be handled at the sewer treatment plant, not trucked all over the state to be disposed of. So he wanted everybody to get that comment. So, thank you.
And that's a good comment. And just so you know, I don't know if Alan Garcia is still here. Yeah. He's currently writing a white paper for Broward County, because I know we have grade B biosolids, and we are doing that, some of the trucking. A lot of it goes to the landfill, but point taken, just to say that. Yes, Susan.
Given there were no other questions, congratulations, Isabel and Chair Geller. I mean, what a really solid discussion, right? Here we are. This is a huge problem. And Kevin Kelleher, there were such wisdom, Dave and Michael, I mean, just really smart speakers. And I don't, usually I'm kind of complaining, not Kevin Kelleher, you said something I thought that was incredibly wise, and it goes to the whole education piece that is kind of fundamental, whether we're talking about education of policymakers or education of the community at large, which is really what we used to call the cost of inaction. So I've been working on climate and energy issues for 22 years. So there was former Miami-Dade County Commissioner Harvey Reuven was a strategy that he used 2 decades ago, which was, well, let's talk about what it costs not to take action, right? And Kevin, I think you were sort of intimated at that a little bit. The interconnections of the waste, one of the reasons I am here in this room is that last summer, National Public Radio did an analysis of the top emitting landfills in the country, and 3 out of the top 10 are in Central Florida. At the same time, and I saw it up on a slide, and we can divert 20% of the organics that go into landfills as usable food, right? So number one, we get to feed people. Number two, we get to work with the agriculture community, and lo and behold, maybe we can keep some slivers of our state ag, right? And we do yard waste, and we do a peroxylase, and we create a biochar amendment, right? So one of the reasons that we have a hard time taking on climate change overall or something like this is there's so many pieces to it. And we're instant gratification people that want, some big giant plant or this, right? We've got to do every single thing we can. Ethane, I think Joe started out with this morning, is 84 times more potent because it has a shorter lifespan. We cannot be putting organics into landfills. Like, that's just a no anymore, right? So we do everything we can to do that. We do everything we can to compost. We just pull the pieces apart. It is not easy. But you guys were great, and the attitudes about that the staff has is just impressive, and you're working with your commissioners, and it's going to take all of us. So it's just really a compliment, and I thought the wisdom in the room today was pretty exceptional for a meeting of this nature. So.
Thanks, Susan. Any other questions? Well, one more.
I've got a comment, and this is something I wanted to say. When we talk about, reduce, reuse, and recycle, I think one thing from an educational standpoint is the whole reduce is going to take care of so many of the problems that we've talked about today. And a good analogy, some of you may or may not remember this. Remember when your mother or your grandmother, you'd go over to their house for a big dinner or something, and everybody takes the lids off of everything, right? And it's foil. And you got ready to throw it away. And she says, oh, no, honey, don't do that. We need to wipe that off and save it. We are a society of convenience. We need to change some of the mindsets to go back to the way it used to be and be conservative of things. And I think that is so important. So as we begin to educate people, let's use those analogies from years past, because it really did make a huge difference. So I just wanted to.
It's part of that new K-2 curriculum. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Dan Miroff. I'm a faculty member here at the Florida Atlantic University. I wanted to ask the panel how you envision the universities helping you in your goal. Like, other than supplying the space for this incredibly great meeting, and also maybe supplying the workforce for the future, or doing some research and development, what other ways can we work together?
What do we need research, guys? Any thoughts?
Well, we do work with Dr. Miroff and his staff on landfill leachate issues, and we have in the past, and we've worked extensively with Dr. Tim Townsend at the University of Florida on issues related to aggregate recycling, and so we always have money aside for R&D, and if anyone's not doing it, there are a wealth of information, and it's not only helpful to us, but it's also helpful in their development of their graduate students and their doctorate students as well. So
that's great.
It's a good relationship.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got it.
Kevin?
In addition to the research, more recycling bins, you know, because, no, but seriously, it's, you know, it's, we have to do the practice what we preach, and, you know, and I, you know, and, you know, we have to look at it ourselves with the county and how we're doing it, because I notice every time I look at the blue bin, if I see a plastic bag in it, I know it's not going to be recycled. So throwing paper in it doesn't make a difference, you can throw anything. So we need to start changing, and to Cheryl's point here, is that we need to just, it's a culture change that we've gotten away from. We've gotten so used to just throwing everything away that we need to go back to, my parents weren't from the Depression, but my grandparents were, so my parents were, and they instilled those same things. I remember, you know, Christmas having to save wrapping paper for whatever reason, but whenever you did it, you couldn't rip the thing though. You had to open it so you could use that, you know, the same gift wrapped with the same paper. But it's that type of mentality that we may have to get back to, or not use it at all.
Kevin, you've come such a long way in 1 year. It's unbelievable.
My first phone call after this is to the recycling group of the university. Don't worry.
I know, yes, absolutely. Anyone else? Adelma?
I just want to make a quick comment in terms of how we could use the universities. Barbara Blakeboy was saying to me, what we really need is some really sharp psychiatrists, psychologists, and marketing people to help us with, all of us are saying it's all about changing the mindset. I love the reduce, reuse, but I love the rethink. And so I think the universities can help us with figuring out how to reach out to both our corporate partners and our individuals.
A great comment, great comment. As usual. Anyone else?
Wrap it up.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. You want to wrap it up? I think Tom and Isabel, if you want to, some final words for all of us. Great job. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, she's got to give out her chocolate. Get your chocolate? Yes, she did. Okay, thank you. So just real quick before we wrap up here, or as we wrap up, so you'll see on your agenda next steps. And I think we've heard a lot today. I think there's some good opportunities for regional planning councils to continue to be involved in this conversation. Isabel, are you going to join me up here?
Well, I will. It's just they were leaving.
Oh, they're leaving. Oh, you're doing a picture? Okay. It'll be very quick. So some of the things that I think we heard: public education, attacking the construction and demolition and vegetation piece of the trash stream, concepts for regional cooperation. We had great support on the panel for that. Looking at the transportation implications of these decisions that we make. I would like to have, and I hope you would agree, I think a what do you have, what do you need conversation that includes manufacturers and end users would be really good. I'm thinking like Florida Manufacturing Association or something where we can kind of put some of those pieces together.
That would be super.
A solid waste directors meeting for the region. Let this not be the last time that they all get together in the room, maybe the first time that we bring them all together. Yeah. So I think that's great. And then
the cost avoidance issue.
Yes, cost of inaction, a way to factor that into conversations. And then the call to the directors, and we're serious about it, please let us know about legislative concerns that are out there that we can try and help you with. That is something that these two councils have done very successfully in the past. We moved the ball down the field, way down the field on biosolids. We delivered very strongly for our coral reefs. That money for the reefs would not have happened, I don't think, without these 7 counties coming together and pushing for that. So that's what I see. And then I know you wanted to say a few things. Thank everybody.
I just really want to thank everyone again for coming. It's been fabulous, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. I also want to make sure that we recognize council staff So if y'all are, well, we've missed a couple, but council staff, please stand up, have done a great job. And
Yes,
you-
they all worked
and
very
everyone
hard to put
worked
this together.
very hard, very late and very early. So with that, I get to be the one that says, you get to go home early, 15 minutes. So please enjoy yourself and thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Isabel?
Great job.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have